Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. This is going to be, as I said on Tuesday, a little bit of verb mongering and then Minecrafting and stuff. I'm looking to dig into some more hard coding this coming week. Figured that'll be a good time for getting some stuff done. I'll turn the blinky lights on. Not that you can see them terribly well. I need to rearrange some of that stuff, but it's all fine. So what do I mean by verb mongering? Hey, D3 Tuned. So what I mean today is this. I've decided that these work better when sorted with the first dot second and the second dot first, because it'll sort it according to tags by which one I put down first and then which one I put down after. And here's the thing. I have been reinventing this stuff. I spent all morning doing more verb mongering, and in particular, I was getting rid of a whole bunch of these. I'm down to 77 of the best, and managed to run through a batch of 15 reverbs that I generated, getting literally none that rose up to the standards of some of these ones. So more persistence is in order. But if I calculate this sort of backwards, it means I'll get to throw away everything that doesn't actually count as the new one. For instance, here's K-Station. And that's not that spectacular on the full range calculation. But when I run the Fletcher-Munson calculation on it, which is what gave Guitar Hall 2, you can see it down here as well, that's what gave it its sound. And you have that now. So I want to find out whether I can generate more like that. And what I'd like to do, and as you can see, K Cathedral Floor doesn't really quite fit, because that one did pretty well for a full range depth, but it does not do well at all for that mid-range band where your ear is most sensitive. That's also going to make stuff sound more distant on phones. So to the extent that I can doctor these, by which I mean just generate millions of possible reverbs to use, and then select by this, I want to go for more of these high scorers, and so I'm sorting everything. See, here's Guitar Hall 2 and Cathedral 5. I want to see if I can get more of those really long, deep ones that still perform really well. Like here's a very small reverb that happens to have extremely good performance in a filtered form. People are going to be wanting those tiny reverbs, although I don't think I need to go smaller than 100. So I've cut it off there as well, which is good because some of the tiniest ones automatically start getting good scores, and that's not really what I'm looking for. The tiniest ones and the hugest ones seem to force themselves into a high score. So how do we do this verb mongering? I can do this while everybody filters in. I can probably even answer questions while I do. I'm going to move these guys over one by one and invert the tags. See, I wonder if I can do that by doing a get info, and I think I cannot. Oh, or can I? What happens if I do this? Oh. Okay, we just speeded this process up a little bit. This is now a simple routine. Drag the thing over, hit get info. Technically, I should drag that over too. Swap the position of these and go. And as long as I don't get confused or lost in that, I will end up getting some of these ones. Like 178 will sort to the top. I am not making convolution reverbs. These are all algorithmic. They are a 6x6 householder matrix, which I don't think anybody else does. I've seen people doing 4x4x4 householder matrices, or convolution matrices anyway. And I shouldn't say that because they're not really convolution, are they? I wish I could make these sit properly, but I can't. But this should at least be quicker if I go about it like this. All I got to do, you can't see where it's showing up, but I can't help that. Watch as all of these little things reverse positions, because there's something that I'm doing over here off screen. I could be dragging it on screen, but that'll take extra time, and we don't really want to deal with any of this. It's boring. I'm happy that it turns out I can do this. I don't suppose there's a script I could write that would do that. There probably is, but figuring it out would take longer than just doing it. See, green, red. Becomes red, green. And it's going to sort by the column that's slightly obscured and is on the right. And then the secondary sort is the column that's on the left. Hey, Cubus. And if I get any of them wrong, oops. But I think it's fairly straightforward. I just have to have enough dexterity and determination to get through all of this somehow. You can't see what I'm doing, but what I'm doing is this. Drag, and you can swap the position of those guys just using getInfo. So that is what I'm doing with all of these. And again, like I said, the purpose of this is to sort all of these differently. Once I'm finished, I can sort by tags, which you can see on the side of the screen there. And once I've done that thing, and again, I'm going to hope that I don't lose track or get confused and do it all wrong and make a mistake, because all of these took painstaking sorting. That one doesn't get anything. That's just a named reverb before I got into all of these. This one reversed. Funnily enough, the way that it's being shown in the getInfo window is literally the opposite of what is actually happening. That's weird, but there's nothing much I can do about that. Anyways, the faster I finish doing this, the better. I've gotten about a third of the way through it, maybe. And I have to just continue going. Some of these things that I do end up giving me like carpal tunnel, because I don't think there's a way around dealing with all of this in the way that I'm doing. And sometimes you just have to lock into a tedious behavior and know that you just have to keep doing the repetitive thing over and over again. That's also an autism thing, I think. Like, I can lock into a repetitive thing and survive it for longer than a normal human would be able to do because I'm just built that way. And if anything, the challenge is not doing that or being able to have the patience and attention for it so much as just running my mouth while doing it. Because I've spent all morning doing things like this, but it's always a little bit more difficult when I'm chatting away a storm while also doing it. But I mean, that's the streamer thing for you, so there you go. Once I'm finished doing this, I'll show you a neat trick that I've devised for future versions of these things, and I quite look forward to putting it into action. I think I can do a better job of setting these controls than I've been doing. and it'll just take more time and effort. But I mean, that's kind of my jam, is time and effort, really. Because I've reprogrammed the program that generates all these. I feel bad you can't see everything, but you can't. See, here's K-Station. K-Station ends up having red be the first thing being sorted. And I'll take a carpal tunnel break in a moment and see what chat is saying, because this is taking so much of all of my attention that I can't even function or do anything. That's kind of how it rolls some days. Thing is, it's starting to get to, like, there is this audio program or Discord I hang out with. It's one of the things I was thinking the other day was I need to take advantage of the fact that I do get a Discord built into my ownership of a Discord account. Back in the day, I had one, and I ditched all of my social media at a certain point, including that Discord, so I just gave it to one of the users and logged off forever, never to return. And so now I don't have a personal Discord. And the thing is, now I'm trying to start up a tier for people to... Ooh, look, there's another one with red and green. I'm trying to start up a tier for people who are able to donate a bunch of money and find stuff to do that they can have that doesn't involve withholding plugins and my good work from people, because that's a deal breaker. I won't do that. So I got to come up with something that people would enjoy when they pay extra money for. And I was thinking maybe one of the things that I could do is start up a personal Discord again, an Airwindows Discord, have that be tied to... Here I am continuing to try to get this stuff all correct. Have it be tied to the tier, but then have those people be able to join me on voice during, like, Minecraft or whatever, or coding. And that way there'd be a little more going on when I do streams, and so that could be amusing. But it could also be an aspirational thing for, like, if people want to, like, earn a bunch of money and show up in a big way. Because, and again, one of the things, I don't read out lists of high pledgers because I don't know if everybody necessarily wants that. Back in the day, there was a pledge this much and you can be listed on the Airwindows website. And I honored that, and then nobody's ever really come to me and asked for more of it. It's still there, but nobody's ever asked for that. So I wonder whether, like, my people are kind of shy or whatever. Okay, up to K Guitar Hall. Guitar Hall 2. I combined the sound 2 with the sound hall. Yeah, I'm not sure that would ruin my focus. I do, however, know that I haven't tried that in a long time. One of my side channels had, back in the day, I hung out with people who ended up turning all alt-right and stuff. They were, like, too heavy into 4chan and such. So that kind of burned that entire friendship circle down, which is very sad. But back in the day when I was doing it, I was paying for a server for them to play on. And in fact, I downloaded all of the Minecraft worlds that we played on and put them up on my Mediafire so that they could have that for the sake of the memories or whatever that we spent years together before they went all right and started talking about throwing me out of helicopters, which was weird. And why would you do that? But go figure. All this stuff is very strange. But then I was also paying for TeamSpeak servers. And so there is literal chat of those people in quantity up on the web. So I know I could do that because I've done it before. In fact, it's a little bit better for playing with people because otherwise it's just me talking and nobody gets to talk back. That doesn't mean that any of the people that currently hang out with me on the Minecraft server are able to pay $10 a month. It's all about coming up with ways to encourage that for people who can do it without withholding anything that's actually important from people who can't. And I'm comfortable with the hang out and talk with Chris club without being in chat. I just have to make sure that I also still pay attention to chat, because chat is, YouTube live chat is how other people can reach me. Hope to hell I'm not doing this twice for any of these. The ideal is to have it be done perfectly and correctly for all of these things, because otherwise it'll end up being a little bit confused. And nobody wants that. Not after the amount of effort I put into it. It's months of work making this small list. Once I'm finished doing this, I will scoot up and down the list so you can hear what each of these things sound like on the initial drum sound that I produce. It's coming along well. I honestly thought that it was going to be much more labor intensive than this. This could be a lot more labor intensive than it's being. And I'm grateful for that, because it's a big waste of time. But yeah, I threw away 3 times as much reverb impulses. Just threw them away. Because it was getting to be a very large list. And I needed to cut it down to this one area where I'm specializing. Because to my knowledge, nobody else is doing this. And I talked about it in the plugin maker hangout Discord that I know about. And people were like, that's interesting, because it had never occurred to them to weight reverb algorithms, much less randomly generated reverb algorithms using a genetic algorithm, and then do final weighting by how much peak energy dominates over RMS. And these are things that you can measure, and that's what you're literally looking at with these little dots. The little dots measure, on one hand, how much peak dominates over regular old RMS. And then the one that I'm sorting by now, or will be once I finish doing all this, is the one where it measures the, and I'm cheating with these gray ones here because I'm throwing out everything past a certain point. The ones that have actual names on them, I'm not throwing away, because it's like, yeah, I have a representation of those things. But it's going to be hard generating these really long ones because it's hard to get them to perform. Not necessarily that one. That one's actually pretty good. And this one is actually Alien Spaceship, which is also yet to come out. But it's one of those examples of ones that are surprisingly good. And that the giant ones seem to end up getting rated by default. Because I'm weighting them, and that can close now. And now we have a nice little list of all of these guys. Now that I've finished, thankfully, doing that, you can see that some of the recent ones, Guitar Hall 2 and K-Station, are right up at the top. And then we've got a couple of smaller ones. Literally all of these are a little bit smaller, that also behave the same way. As I step through these, you'll hear that they are all very similar sounds of reverb. And then let me take a moment and see chat, because I wasn't even able to look at you guys. I was too busy doing the work. Yeah, Cowbless is worth listening to on this, at least to some extent. The lesson you've learned from Russian stuff being either, I forget whether you're Russian adjacent or literally living in Russia, but don't ever fully cross people out. They may return. You don't want burning bridges with them if you care at all. That's basically how I've done. That's basically what I've done. And it's not so much, it's complicated, because I don't have any expectations as far as this stuff actually getting any better. But it says about me how I react. like the memery and nonsense and young person foolishness, because these folks are younger than me for the most part. The one who was not that much younger than me was not diving so deeply into that, but saw irreconcilable differences. And that was Shauna Wolf in the old videos. And the younger ones, some of them like just fell fully into Tim Pool. Like, this is all I watch for my information. This is the correct information. And I mean, we found out later on that Tim Pool literally was being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and more to do what he did. But I could tell that there was something up all the way back when nobody knew about that stuff. And they were trusting people, and Tim Pool was willing to spend more time with them than I was, because he was being paid handsomely to do so. And I was trying to fit in Minecrafting and stuff in the middle of making Airwindows work and getting it ramped up. So it's all very, I don't even know what to say about that. Because like, I do expect them to be able to tell when they're being fed toxic nonsense, but then it's clearly hard for people to figure that out. It is clearly hard for people to figure out when they're just being lied to and sold a bunch of nonsense. That's morose type of thinking. I can probably do better than that. So one thing I can do, however, is walk through some of these sounds. What I've done with that stuff that I was doing earlier, and as we scroll all the way down, we can see that we've got a couple of cathedral sounds that do not rate on this new ranking. This ranking is a ranking where the Fletcher-Munson filtering, which you can't hear directly here, but I run it on all of the new things. I'm doing a thing where I do the filtering and then check average RMS plus the number of seats times 1,000, which is simply the number that you see. And if it's 4 digits, then it's like 2927 becomes 2.92 and so on. And I add that to the score. So it sort of compensates for the scale of the reverb to some extent, because otherwise it would fall back. And what this is doing is I am now rating everything by how well it clears up the mid-range in such a way that it will both sound, it makes it sound different and interesting. I like the sound of the ones that perform really well here. But then it also would sound more like a distant reverb over a phone, because the filtering that I'm applying, this, and I can demonstrate that actually, it's not too hard to do. Let's do one of the ones that reads very well. I can open it in here. Actually, no, tell you what, let me do this. This is how I do. And I can drag it into here and select this batch. And it's going to generate a different one with a different name. Which I don't believe will have a label, and I'm sorting them by labels. So then if I close this and sort them by name, guess what? Now we've got one that says Guitar Hall 2, and now we've got one similar to the one that I calculated with. And it says Guitar Hall 2 Fletcher-Munson. So what have I just done? I have just generated another FLAC, another lossless file, that is this reverb sound, but it's been filtered down heavily to just around 3K. And that's becoming my primary measurement, to the point where I've crossed stuff off on my little card, reference card, for how I go about doing all this, so that if it's below 23, as an example, I just throw them away. I don't even measure this side. This side goes first this time. And that is saving things up. I wonder whether I should... Speculating on whether I should make another measurement. Nah. So that's full range. This is how you would normally hear it. And if I run the analyze thing, it'll show you a certain thing. This is bandwidth limited. We're trying to hear whether it's unusually clear at this frequency. And that's my new trick for making these reverbs. And I'm sure nobody's doing this. Although you can if you want to start working on reverbs. Any of my friends from that other server, by all means, start doing this. I swear by it. And then there's the guitar of Guitar Hall. And then you see if we do analyze, and analyze by average RMS here, that is minus 23.51. A larger negative number means the RMS is quieter because it's decibels. And then if I take that 2351 and add 0.61, which is the size of the room, it goes to over 24, which corresponds to, and I can move that to trash, it corresponds to this first marker being red, which corresponds to a high score, which means this guy goes right up to the top here, not completely, because ideally what I'd be shooting for is, like, I guess it would end up being red and then followed with orange is pretty much how I'm going to do it if they're both red. But I'm trying to get the highest possible score of these kinds of sounds. And here are the kinds of sounds that you can get. There's a small room. Another small room. Yet another small room. Here's K-Station. See, they're all kind of similar. And I finished off my second coffee of the day, so yeah. And here's Guitar Hall. It's considerably larger, but it still has that same behavior going on. And then as I keep going, now we're looking at ones where it made it up to 23.75. I know. Nothing much I can do about that. Smaller? Bigger? And then a huge one that behaves the same. So that doesn't really count. What's happening here is it no longer matters what the thing is, because whatever the result was, I added 9.46 to it. But it's enormous, right? It's huge. And here's another smaller one. Another small, small, even smaller. Another huge one. And then here's 949 is one of the higher performers that actually sounds like a big room. So this is another candidate for being able to make a good reverb out of it. And it does sound pretty convincing. And that's how these do. Oh, also look at that. Just below, there's one that I generated yesterday. This is from much longer ago. This is from July 16th. But this, that's from yesterday. And this would probably be a pretty decent sounding reverb. So what I'll be doing is listening to hit songs that have reverb in them and trying to match the sound of the song to the sound of what I'm generating here. Whether that be like a room, or maybe a tiny little space. Not as tiny as that, though. By all means, be you flowing in and out. This one is coming out. You'll be getting this. K alien spaceship. If you need it super badly, you can get it. Depends on what I put out next. See, that's a little louder. And there you go. And we go down to here, and these ones aren't as good, including KBeyond. KBeyond turned out to not be all that great. It was just a opening door into what I'm doing now. And so every night, what I will be doing is something a lot like this. And here's the changes I've made here. And my computer is so cool and powerful that I can do this even while live streaming, and it's not going to fall over. So I run these. And I run 15 of these over the course of an entire evening. So what has happened to change this? You can see that the number next to size is different than it used to be. I've been doing that for a while. It's doing randomized sizes now. And that doesn't mean that the end result is going to be the size. As you can see, this one's trying for a 2000 size, but it's only getting 1000. I've calculated that in, and it will make smaller ones or larger ones. The randomization kind of fits that, but also notice this. It is randomizing G Bloom space sustain and R naturalness and spacing on both sides of the measurement. The first part corresponds to the beginning of the sound, and the last part corresponds to the ending of the sound. So what this is the technique that I've always used to weight the reverb towards being more like a big giant hall style reverb, or something like a plate where all of the reverb density is up front. And I'm now randomizing that. Like you can see, if I read out those numbers from the beginning to the end, it goes GACB, and then ABCC, then BCEG, EAAF. That's a very striking change in what kind of algorithm it's using. CEAE. These are going to make all of these be generating sort of different styles of reverb as I go. It's probably going to end up making most of the reverbs fail. That doesn't worry me, because it's part of the genetic algorithm. It's just that now I'm an active part of the genetic algorithm. I'm going to be grinding through all these things, saving them as audio files, and then rather than listening to them, going and measuring the Fletcher-Munson filtered versions of them in a audio editor, Twisted Wave, to see what kind of amplitude the RMS is at. And if it scores highly enough, I save it. Thing is, I've always used those letters to sort of calculate out in advance on purpose what I wanted to make it do. But I don't necessarily know what it's actually going to do. I have assumptions as to I should do this and it will probably have this result, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm correct about that. So what I'm doing is opening more of it to the algorithm, the genetic algorithm, as far as testing out stuff that might or might not work. And as such, it'll probably waste more of my time, but I've now got it boiled down to only checking on things. It'll make it much easier to consolidate all of the audio files together again, even not counting the fact that I'm now throwing most of them away, because my identifiers start with that size number, or the where it says 728 seat theater or whatever, it says a 728 there. And then it immediately follows with all those letters in order, like A, B, C, C, E, H, and another dash, then Y, A, B, V, or whatever, like that. And so as I do that, none of them are going to overlap now, or at least it becomes much less likely that they will overlap because some of the identifying name is now also randomly different. I could go for making it all more randomly different, but I don't feel like it's that useful throwing everything into chaos. There are certain things like priminess and force early that could have advantage, but I feel like that the first set, especially since I'm varying them against fixed darkness and depth, and it's being displayed, like the relative amounts of these constraints are being displayed as that little colored line at the bottom of it. What's being plotted is the density of the reverb and what bits of it are louder and what bits of it are not. But the little color chart below is showing how much of each of those constraints are contributing to the final result. So like this one 4 down is mostly bloom, space, and sustain, and the other stuff is not doing as much. In particular, early on, naturalness and spacing is completely disabled. It is at A. So the calculations that I do based on like priminess or whatever, the naturalness, it's the little red stuff right at the top of it, isn't applying to that particular one. So when I finish running 1,000,000 of those overnight, which I'm not doing today, that one will be optimized for that particular formula. And it'll be roughly this balance of different sounds. And it'll probably look kind of different. Like, and it's just updated. It's got another one. And they'll all have slightly different modeled looks to the green area and so on. That's because it's depicting literally what the density of reflections looks like if you just ran a Dirac impulse through the entire reverb. It would create a pattern of echoes that looked like that. So yeah, I think this is time enough to quit out of and making sure to see that I'm not quitting the wrong thing. I'm going to run these overnight. I've been running these overnight every night. The gratifying thing about it is that I actually can run these overnight, and the part of the calculating them out has just become a little bit easier. Because I don't have to do all the measurements necessarily, I'm doing the most stringent and difficult measurements first. And so, at close to 1 in the afternoon, it is time to move on towards derping around in Minecraft and seeing what we get. Again, I'm thinking this upcoming week, I'm probably going to dig more into some of the coding stuff that I do. I have various collected notes of things, stuff that I need to dig into. There's really quite a lot. There's quite a lot that I would like to do. And the reverb stuff is shaping up as being a pretty decent example of some of what I'd like to be able to do. Like, I would like to dig into that and be able to produce more. Let's see. Here we are. Verb there. Pupper there. I want to move him somewhere else at some point. or go and grab a bunch of bones for... Yeah, let's see. One of the things I was thinking about doing was getting a whole bunch of paper. Chicken in a boat. Why is there a chicken in the boat? So that I could make a whole bunch of handy-dandy rockets. In fact, I don't have to be all that fussy about it. I can just kind of zoop forth and do this. And yeah, I'm thinking about... it is time-consuming, ain't it? I'm thinking about having one of my Patreon perks for people who are really willing to throw a bunch of money at me to keep me going. Because that is getting scarier. But I mean, that's scarier for everybody, honestly. I'm not special in that way. Kind of digging the whatever that stuff is, mangrove. Kind of digging the mangrove vibes. I could see further expanding that. So am I filling? No, I'm fine. I can also see how that grinder went. And whether the chicken situation here has produced more food. And it's not that great of a food situation because those don't really have very much in the way of saturation. Although I should probably do it that way simply because chicken's kind of what I eat for normals. So why not do that in Minecraft too? Ooh, it's a porpoise. Dealing with economic stuff is always kind of challenging and demanding. Oh, I've got random lily pads here too. It's interesting, shall I say, doing my unwindy thing. And there's any number of things I could be doing. For instance, there was a time that I put a fair amount of effort into trying to do a City Skylines live stream. That was a thing that I really did. Let's see if I can collect these more quickly. Well, you shouldn't have jumped in the boat. Poor thing. I think I had a dolphin try to jump in a boat. That's no good. Bad for your health. You got pecked to death by the chicken is what happened. And then there's a random chicken floating around in the water. Yeah, with a bit of luck, my ability to code and function and do all those things will ramp up so that this coming week, not this week, but the week after, will be one where I can do some really good coding, maybe come up with something actually good. I can think of stuff where I do need to put the effort in. One of them is going and getting some sleep before monsters come out and eat me. That's one way of picking up lily pads. I just know all of these are going to despawn if I'm not careful, so I'm kind of trying to get them all. then beat feet inside before zombies come out of the wood, or, well, no, I bet creepers are going to spawn in there. Probably nothing I can do about that. I can just not approach that area. Yeah. Okay, so either I have a nasty hanging around, or the parrot learned the noises of the nasty. Oh, and there's that adorable little bamboo raft. Those were kind of awesome. I like that. Okay, so mending elytra. That means I get to keep it unless I get killed and lose it or something. That's actually simply a noise of the horse. I'm pretty sure that's not a noise of anything I need to worry about. I really do not trust there not to be a creeper in there, though. Although I'd kind of see him eventually. Some of my bright colors of green are in fact sugarcane. In fact, I can even still pick up skelly noise. But are you in here, or are you? You are a skelly who is armored. Fascinating. Well, I have a much better arrow than you. I have a much better bow than you. But not better aim, but that doesn't matter because I got him anywho. Wonder if I can... No, can't pick that up. So that's why I sleep rather than letting this place mind itself. I could light it up really good, I suppose. And I'm going to take a minute to see how... No, that's just my machine. See how well this is going. Nothing new is happening. Okay. I bet it's because this needs to be on. I bet it's mostly not eggs that are happening here, but if there is more chicken and feathers coming in here, it will be for that reason that I switched that off and just had it continually cycle. Hey, Livewire. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing that I do. Excuse me, I'm going to adjust the microphone phone windscreen. I do this just to burn energy and rest up when everything is a little bit much. Okay, and then if I do this, it's going to continue flowing these eggs, and then also anything new that gets generated there will just keep cycling through. Yeah, I do find it to be a good outlet. As you can see, I do create weird things that are not plugins, but are still weird things. This is a primitive, infinite chicken grinder that is made to not be able to blow up. Because if you don't have the room for stuff to get squeezed over and culled in that way, which we may end up seeing if we're not careful, then they will end up being an infinite chicken bomb, generating infinite eggs and just kind of blowing up. And since I don't feel like dealing with that, we're not going to be dealing with that. but it is a perfectly serviceable way of just kind of spending time. And that didn't work. Okay, let's try again without actually crashing this time. I crashed into the water. There we go. I'm going back over to the grinder and dropping off all of this. Either I'm dropping off all of this or I'm going to use the gunpowder that is probably there in quantity to make lots and lots of rockets, because I think that's the recipe. I think you just need gunpowder and paper. And we can make all the rockets anybody would need for use with their elytras and etc. And I like the idea of that, so that's what it's going to be. So here we are. There's the new grinder, looks safe enough, hopefully. Oh, hi. Okay, I don't know why I landed here. That's not the correct place. But I do see that we have things like, what's going on here? There's a lot of noise. More building supplies. Fair, fair. Here, I'll drop off the glass that I've got while I'm at it, just in case there's use for that. If you don't use it all, I can take the rest of it. Yeah, clearly work has been getting done here. So here's these. I could run around consolidating a bunch of this stuff. That would work. And a larger collection of stuff to be consolidated in. Seems good. I am a little concerned that this could end up, hey Craftyman, that this could end up being a bit of a mess, but maybe not. Maybe it won't be. Empty, bows, a little bit of random stuff. That was what I was just having as, well, first things first. I actually need a crafting table to do this bit. So random lily pads there. Those are all bones. So there's a very large collection of bone available. I could make a sugarcane farm. I didn't really have plans for it. But what I had plans for was using a bunch of this stuff up. And the reason I do it is I just have trust issues around TNT on a shared server. I've just had too damn much experience with people who only want to think they're being funny by blowing people's stuff up. Ooh, you get to go down there. I think maybe I don't want to do that. And there's not all that much I can do about that other than just try to express that I'm playing nicely and looking for a crafting table. Oh, some of these guys are falling to their doom. Well, I bet you I can find one if I look hard enough. And failing that, I bet somebody will make one. I am a little surprised that we don't have one handy already, because there was one the last time I checked all this. But there you go. I guess all of our redesigns have certain limitations. This is clearly one of them. I feel like maybe I'm going to have to go upstairs in order to be able to do that. I like that there is that pink bed here. Also, hey, random stuff, maybe? Oh, I bet I could make bamboo planks. Not quite enough, but, oh, better still. The literal thing I was looking for. I might have lots of instances of those. I might not. But yeah, we can put that by the bedstead. And if I do this, I can probably very quickly and easily make just a ridiculous number of rockets and leave those around. Oh, roof access, eh? That could be funny. I could do that. One of the things about this, I must admit the server is kind of weird. I behave as if it is allowed to be or meant to be a pure chaos server, and then at the same time I don't particularly want it to be. I don't need all of those. Now let's see, how do we go about making these? Ah, lovely, there we go. That's all I need. All them spooky noises. Let's start generating these with a little bit more efficiency. And I will put them in one of the gunpowder things as a hint to this is what we do with gunpowder on our nice little server. Yeah, it's a philosophical thing. Part of my play style, let's see with this. Perfect. No notes. Exactly right. Part of my play style is being able to adapt to when things aren't going my way, or people are, like somebody filled my entire base with cows at one point. I was like, didn't expect that. Okay. And then I ended up just dumping them all into the nether, or killing and cooking a bunch of them and stuff. And which was kind of like a rejection of whatever that was supposed to be. But it was also just me like adapting to things as they went. If the entire server was completely obliterated, I should put an item frame with, rockets on it. And it seems like it would be nice to have a sugarcane farm in here somewhere. Or indeed the sugarcane observer thing that you mentioned, which I don't know what that is, but I could find out. First, let's look in random stuff and see whether we've got either the item frames or materials to build them. Excuse. Because either of those could be true. Oh, random stuff bones is not a random stuff bones goes in some of our soda arrow, soda string, soda rotten flesh. I'll grab more sticks though. Soda string, soda's rotten flesh. Phantom membrane, interesting. Okay, so that seems cool. Let's go upstairs for a bit. Our lovely spiral staircase that continues, because I don't see any chests there now. Okay, that's pretty. Oh no, I do. They were down there. This is apparently the path to risk. I'm going to have to explore that after I finish doing this. Okay, so what were we looking for? Oh, another bamboo raft. I have to do more of the bamboo rafts. Hey, John Dobb. Yeah, I know the feel. I am very familiar with being like, all I can do is random prog grooves. There's got to be more to it than this. And it's true. I'm sure there is. Ooh, steak. I don't have steak. I'm chicken guy. It's not my favorite Minecraft food, but I mean, I swear, like, at home, I cook myself so much in the way of just chicken-related. I thought that was a person falling. Let's search all of the chests, how about? Nope, nope, nope. I think we could move more double chests into their appropriate spots. Hey, Brooke. Add more string. Man, I thought I was going to be able to make the additional item frame. I guess I... Oh, wow. Okay, look at that. Clearly we're not short on bones. Hush. I'm busy working, hush. Oh, somebody has thorns. Oh no, it was a bat. Yeah, this is the one thing I have not actually done in the process of running around and playing on the grinders, is I didn't actually stock up on health. I didn't actually stock up on levels, which is kind of what this is for. So, silly me. But I can. It's completely fine. In fact, this is how we go about doing that. And then if I want to assemble bows into better bows that I can then add to spawn, I can do that. And who is to say whether anybody would actually care, but like, I can care. I can be like, hey, I have a really cool bow, and I can also give bows to new players on the server. I feel like it's gonna be interesting having like high roller voice chat. I feel like that's definitely something that I could do. It feels like the kind of perk that makes very good sense. And I say that I'm still in the process of making that video for Taxman and uploading it. I've got some of the basic ingredients for making that video, but I haven't actually gone and done it. And I have to go and do it. Oh, there's, oh, more paper. And weirdly, more cooked chicken. I'm not sure why I have that. But I do. And I would think we would need a spider eye. But maybe they're just not that common. And then, yeah, here's the idea, is be able to use this area, which is clearly for gunpowder, and I can gather more gunpowder as I go. Scooch over here and immediately turn it into like triple stacks of rockets, which I can then put into this, which will have a label on it. I just don't have everything I need in order to do that. But I mean, I could fly back home and do that. There is a or do we have leather here? To do the specific one that I want, and I'm going to grab more crafting tables and set them up. To do the specific one that I want, I only need one leather. Figure out whether maybe it was there. Well, that goes in there zombie flesh one. Oh, also these go into some places too. We can put these in their relevant places. Blackstone, neat. Extra phantom membranes. Or the phantoms that have membranes. Insane in the phantom membrane. No. Gold. Again, I feel it is advantageous to put like collections of nice, decent, repaired gold armor like I'm wearing on the leggings. Close to the... And that said, our nether is not in good repair right now, I don't think. I remember last time I went over to there, if I go through that nether portal, I end up in a place that's not particularly useful, and which I can't really do anything with, and then get lost and can't get anywhere. So that's not of the most awesome. Let's plunk crafting tables in places where they might be of use. Because all these places I could be consolidating stuff together. Yeah, Pink Sounds is correct. That is the beauty of the sandbox. This gets to become like what we enjoy making of it. Like you'll notice I'm taking no interest whatsoever in decreeing how the architecture is meant to go. I'm just kind of derping around doing little chores because I honestly enjoy that. And I'm figuring out like what is an enjoyable way to set this up, but I'm also not decreeing how the arrangement of the chests and things is to go, because it's like, we'll just see. For instance, I'm going to, I believe I have access to the makings for another anvil, so I'm going to put one, yeah, just like that. I'm going to put one right where the bows are because that is what I use to work on bows. And so there's a satisfaction of making all the little spaces where I intend to spend time doing something. They should all be set up so that I can do the something that I want to do. Oh, Pink Sounds is wiping out that particular area. You know what I'm going to do? Let's see about some of this. Also, I always enjoy picking up iron. Pick up a bunch of these things, actually. We've got suitable places to put a bunch of these things. So that cleared that out a bit. Bad Bee Chain Zombie. Oh, not anymore. And she can drop stuff. But when she bounces back like that, she's liable to try to poison me or something, and I can't actually do much to her unless she returns quickly enough that I can get into range. So that's tricky. Look at that behavior. So many healing potions. She's just laughing at me now. Like, constantly healing potion. Mind you, it's a good way of grinding up healing potions if I can reach her across the... I could be doing that with... I could be doing that with bows and arrows. Yeah, this is generating so much stuff that I can't even keep up. Arrows. That is generating like my full stack of arrows and beyond. Bo, 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 bo. Craftyman with the noise you're hearing is Craftyman with a thing. It's some kind of auto generator. Oh, it's all that noise was casting a fishing rod at their speed of light. That's all that was. Yeah, we now have generated a grinder that goes so fast you can't actually keep up. So that becomes an amusing little thing to try to do. Oh, that's full. This, however, is not. Gonna hang on to my iron ingot. And that about covers it, really. Maybe I can make some of that nice golden gear I was talking about. Grabbing random stuff that amuses me. Ooh, it's an ominous bottle. We could end up getting raided up here. Hey, we got music. Woot. Yeah, the amount of stuff that we have here is kind of too great to do the derping around filling things with things. Like, it's all very cool and stuff, but at the same time, it is impossible for any human to keep up with these things. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Was that you drinking the Bad Omen? Wouldn't put it past you. There's a sense of mischief in Craftyman, which I have to stay patient with. Ooh, and this is where I should put another. I should put another anvil over here. I've got enough iron to do that. Oh, does that mean there's a Bad Omens thing down there somewhere? We do have the kickin' jams now, that's for sure. In fact, I think it is... Yeah, it is stereo. Although playing through is not. Can I tuck it in here somewhere? Perhaps not. Yeah, it can go there. So let's see, have I got... I'm wearing pants. Let me make myself better pants. Blast protection and unbreaking. That's all I've got pants-wise. Mine are brand spanking new, but not enchanted at all. This, however, is enchanted, but I don't have quite enough XP for that. Interesting. Also, blast protection is not that impressive. But then fire protection... Well, fire protection for the Nether is not unthinkable. So all I lack is XP. Well, that can be fixed. Give XP, please. Thank you. Got there. Now I can make my golden pants fancy pants. I think blast protection 4 may be better than fire protection 2. Oh, also, my nice diamond helmet is really running out, and so are my diamond boots. I feel I should be fixing those. That is also within my capabilities. Spawn rate is not that huge. However, since we have all of these different things, that goes some way towards helping with it. Okay, it's getting towards dark time. Hat. Boots. Oh. Somebody slept. Alrighty, I can go straight towards repairing my busted up stuff. What little diamond stuff I have. Which is this, and it is almost completely kaput, so it's high time I did fix that. So it is a very helpful water-based thing. If I want to do anything having to do with water or accidentally fall from high places, these are handy. Yeah, this is actually stock. This is actually stock Minecraft. Again, like I said, this day is my derping around, not doing anything particularly useful day. Let's look for more golden stuff. In particular, oh, there's a bunch of bows. I think I have a bunch of mending books, I just haven't applied them. So I could put mending on something if I wanted. I simply haven't gone to the trouble of doing it yet. Are you needing a villager? Is that going to help with... Oh, are we doing the high intensity spawner? That was ominous. I don't know what happened there. I was jumping on the bed and all of a sudden I'm like going through the window. Yeah. Ray S, you're going to get a different thing. Not so much the new 2 tape. What I've got coming up this upcoming weekend is not as much of a, yeah, Crafty Man, you'd figure out how. People know how to do these things, I tell you. Rather than getting a new 2 tape, what is coming is a modification on the very concept of 2 tape. And it's going to be called discontapity. It is a combination of discontinuity, which deals with the sounds of audio through air, like through extended spaces of air, with the new tape hack plugin. And the combination of those things add up to kind of a neat magical loudinator type. It really produces a sound that I enjoy. And that's coming this weekend. So you're going to get something that is worth eagerly awaiting for. It's just that it is not specifically a new version of 2-tape, or indeed closer to being a specifically taped sound. Instead, it is closer to being a kind of fancy, high-quality sound in its own right that doesn't have to sound like tape at all. Although there's an element of that to it. There really kind of is. It does hint at that kind of thing. Okay, not much in the way of golden pants anymore. But we do have... See, and so in doing this, we can make multiple copies of golden armor that could be put over there. Don't know if I'm going to, but we could. And let's see, which of these are in fact magic? Not this. Okay, let's start getting some nice, fresh golden chest plates that don't have enchantments. See, some of those I've been hit with. Like the ones that have thorns 1, I always notice when those are around because I'm like, ow, swinging at the grinder and getting knocked back. Oh, okay. Another regular old. There's another fresh one. And another fresh one. I don't know if people want to deal with helmets. I feel like maybe boots are the most popular thing for going into the Nether with. Gorb? Okay. You may call it Gorb if you please. Good old repair box? Fair enough. Go for it. Sounds like a delightful idea. Well, that doesn't belong there. Oh, hi, I can use you when I finally get to where a crafting table is to make a bunch more chests. And I should probably go in search of... Is there a particularly nice place that I can put chests for... This is attractive as it goes. I know. So that's cool and all, but I can also do something else. Namely... No. I'll figure this out. Bound to be a way. Such as... jump on top of that. There. There. So I'm going to put a bunch of golden armor in there. That way anybody going to the Nether who does not have suitable preparation can have suitable preparation. Weirdly ineffective, that. Okay, these guys are more densely packed. That's what I was suspecting to see. Noisy buggers. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. Where was I at? So one of the things I was going to do was put together a bunch of hyper enchanted golden chest plates, which is going to cost me a bunch of XP, but I can grind more. So you can't have... Okay, this is one of the best. So I've got this. Those are both decent projectile protection. That can be combined. I'm going to want to put unbreaking on that. Oh no, you can't have more unbreaking than that, so never mind. So then what? This might be done. This might be perfect. Let's see if it gives you a thorns 2. Oh, you can have thorns 2. On the other hand, it is too expensive. But I kind of like the sound of that. Can I make this be... Okay, unbreaking 2 can go to unbreaking 3. But then this would also give me unbreaking 3. So that seems cool. I can probably make fire protection 3 out of this, or not. I need to grind more XP before I can do that. And then that can be on breaking 3 as well, meaning that that can go back in there for now. How many of these have good feather falling? This is actually bomb feather falling. Feather falling 3? That's better than what I'm using. And let's just build some more. I have to grind more XP before I can do any of this. Yeah, talking about plugin making and that kind of stuff, what I'd really like to be able to do is make plugins in such a way where I can really let people... Ooh, we're running kind of dry. Well, not over here. Where I can really give people access to getting and or inventing new sounds. Because I feel like the most recent new sound that's been really popular is essentially hyperpop, and I don't enjoy the sound of hyperpop. I respect the heck out of people going for that and getting their sound that way. But the raw sound of hyperpop isn't something that works for me. It's too digital. It's too kind of grating and upfront. The depth I like in sounds is not represented in hyperpop because it's all made in very modern techniques. And there's a coolness to that. Like it's a distinct sound. But I am so wedded to the types of sound that I grew up on, and those are hard to get with modern techniques. Or indeed, people aren't even trying to. I think that's part of it, is you can have people not even trying to get those kinds of sounds. Oh, I need another point. The efficiency of our grinder is not as much as it was. Has there been changes? Are we editing and modifying things? Oh, starting to ramp up a little bit. The fact that there are so many of these is helping, but yeah, no, don't feel you have to stop what you're doing on my behalf. We're just hanging out for an afternoon, not having to code at full tilt. So that's something I can enjoy in its own right. See, and there we have a very cool thing. And now I still have to grind more stuff. But some of these boots I can put together on my own. Not those ones. Not those ones. Like, this doesn't have to cost me any XP. Let's see if I can do a very minor upgrade without running out of... Nope, even that is too much. That's done. These guys are done. They're all on breaking 3 and whatever it is that they do. This gets to go together to become projectile protection 3, thorns. Well, I was thinking about trying to make a thorns 2. I'm just not sure how useful that is. You have to let them hit you for that to work. Seems not advisable. Let's not rely too heavily on thorns. Oh, bad astray XP sitting around here. I suppose in a way it's a bit of a challenge having to go to the other side of it, but you could always just go to an entirely different grinder. In any case, looks like I've got enough to go and do some of this. So let's see. What's this going to take? Ah, I don't have it. But I bet I can make the boots. Or maybe I can make the boots. I bet I can make these boots, if nothing else. Yep. And I even have more boots I could use, but those are all enchanted. Lots of this stuff is enchanted. This is not. bet I don't have enough. Oh, no, I do. But then this is going to make these very expensive. So I'm nowhere near being able to do that. I'm happy to have gone through that sort of grindy period in the beginning of the stream where I redid some of the... all of you standing on the far side? Okay. Fine, whatever. I'll do these ones instead. And then I'll continue, hello, running around until there are more places to go. Did somebody accidentally break a window here? Work is clearly underway. These are not running at full capacity at this time. They run to the opposite side. They know better. Yeah, like this block should clearly be glass, and yet it is not. I do not know why. Also, our chests are getting full up of stuff. As they will. Here's a bunch of skulls. I think one of the things that slows it down is that we've got spiders climbing up. We probably got a spider overload. It is all good. Fair. I mean, eventually we will end up not having the spawns. But it is bedtime. So the interesting thing about where I'm at and what I'm looking to do with the plugins is, on the one hand, I'm leaning on doing some of the new reverbs and giving them names of songs rather than names of gear. And I'm really favoring that. I really like the idea. Oh, nice. Now, how about you? Are you super expensive? You're 15. Fair. So we're going to leave that alone for the time being. Consolidate some of this stuff together into appropriate places. I haven't done anything with these helmets. Do people use helmets for going into the Nether? I feel like I can consolidate some of that stuff together. That could totally work. Meanwhile, how's about maybe getting another 5 levels? Something is busily being done up there. Five levels coming right up. I always go over to the chest so that I can lean a little bit further forwards in hopes of reaching more of these guys. Alrighty. Torches. That should get me, I wonder if there's a 14. No, I had the optimal one the first place. Alrighty. Oh. Okay, these are now all optimized. Because that's the thing, like if I was to go and try to make like a console version, let's put the fancy enchanty ones down here so that people can grab for those. These are just to be safe, rather than to be safe and also have magic. Lastly, caps, hats. I've got a lot of cap stuff that I can do here. And we can run around to all the chests and see if there's more golden stuff that I can gather together. And of course, I've also done all of, like I said, I wanted to make gunpowder into the rockets because the rockets are like a kind of thing that one can do that is arguably more peaceful than some of the other stuff people do with gunpowder. It can become very explosive. And pranksters enjoy ruining people's days. See, I can kind of respect that, while at the same time not really. Oh, wow, that's a fancy helmet. Cool. We have no further plain helmets, unless we force them to be. Hey, we got a Dr. Wiggins. Hello. Don't know if they're watching this stream. Oh, mining fair. Okay. You know, I had overlooked that. I apologize for making harsh judgments. That is indeed something that one can do. Oh, I don't even have 2 levels. Look at me. Well, I'll get 2 levels. Never you fear. There's the 2 levels I was talking about. Oh, you don't use mining? I mean, that's something that one can do on this Noble Madness stuff I did. Okay, so respiration and unbreaking. What would it cost to have respiration and aqua affinity? Lots. Well, no, not lots. 6. We got another fire protection. Regular protection is desirable, to be sure. So if we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, somewhat unhelpful, but whatever. We can have another fire protection 4 if I get the XP for it. And then here is a regular helmet. And then here is another regular helmet. Dr. Ruggins, we actually have a whole bunch of that at this grinder. More than I'm comfortable having, but we do. I turned a bunch of it into these firework rockets, if those are any use to you. Oh, sorry, I run into... I didn't realize that you were grinding. I too am grinding. Yeah, if you have only recently joined this server, Dr. Wuggins, and can hear me, which is a whole question. It's probably worth asking Dr. Wuggins, are you watching this stream? Can you hear us? Because, again, eventually there can be other people talking on stream too. I haven't got that set up yet. That's probably a perfectly good thing that I can do with higher tiers. Ah, fair enough. Oh, good, good. Well, we're delighted to have you. We're delighted to have new visitors too, but we're also delighted to have OG server joiners. Oh, entree, fair enough, fair enough. Brog. Pink sounds. You have miscalculated. That says Brog. Okay, so we have one super awesome helmet for anybody who needs it. It may be gold, but it has all of the water-based advantages. And it's going in the chest. That also gives me time to let other monsters build up. So there we go. Bottom is for the cool stuff. Top is for the uncool stuff. Grob, okay. Oh, villager market. That sounds fun. And have we got more golden? Nope, because this is just too full up with stuff. It's so full up with stuff that no new golden things are showing up. But here is some more golden things showing up. We're not doing a very good job of clearing out these chests. That one's a little better. There's one over there that I haven't hit at all. And a little more in the way of nice pants. And I always enjoy grabbing... Oh. And you know, people were talking about gunpowder. I can consolidate the gunpowder into that chest. There's kind of too much to keep track of here, honestly. So I can just have limited goals. Limited goals, like I'm on gunpowder duty now. Then just run around among all of these things and it's kind of like doing busy work, maintaining this stuff, even though it makes no sense and isn't actually necessary in any way. But when it works, it goes nicely. Oh, let me pass the night for us all. Yeah, Dr. Wuggins, we are to some extent at the mercy of any other people who log on to the server. Remember that when I'm doing this thing, there's always the chance of random people showing up because the place to go is visible on my stream. So bear in mind anything that you do could conceivably end up coming to grief. But we're not going to do that on purpose. We prefer not to. At least I can speak for myself. I prefer not to. I have no intention of messing with anybody's anything. Oh, hello, fire protection 1 and 2. And let's see, perfectly good helmet. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Then fire protection and also fire protection. So that'll make fire protection 4. There's an unbreaking, and there is just a regular helmet. Correction, 2 regular helmets. So let's see what the fire protections do when, not that one, when combined. Can we do that? We can, and I can afford it. Cool. Oh, there's another chest plate. Ironic that they don't actually get to be miniature chest plates when it's that guy. I mean, it would just logically make sense if you end up with miniature chest plates from miniature zombies. But no. Also, let's do arrows this time through. I have a torch on me. It's weirdly dark here. How about it not be this kind of dark here? Arrows, like I said. And arrows. We're going to end up doing a decent bow collection too, clearly. There's the arrows. So that stuff can go there. Ordinary helmet. I was going to put that up. Torso. Okay. Regular old golden chest plate. That means I can combine these two. Those are all enchanty except for that one's fine. So why don't I move that over as well, and the boots. Throw these in here. That's a fine place for just plain iron stuff. There's not that much of it, but it can go there. So let's see. Ordinary, ordinary. Slightly more repaired ordinary. Okay, let's leave that alone for now. Yep. Little background music. Where am I? Here. Should put signs on that. What's wrong with a little useful labeling? Oh, those are ordinary boots. These are fancy. Fancy down here. Ordinary up from the top. I'm sure there are signs here. They'd be here. There is. It says that's probably loud enough on stream that you can hear it. Okay, so maybe I do a round of bows. This is actually very typical for me, derping around and DH chunk data? I'm not entirely sure what that means. But I have lots of bows. now I have many fewer bows. You know, something we could do is just sort of give people those blocks that are made out of bows. It's going to be an infinite bow supply, so we can just make a set of those blocks. You know, the redstone-y type things that are made out of bows. That would be very effective. It's a good thing to do with too many bows, of which we have too many bows. Okay, so all of the enchanties over here. Unenchanties can be here. We're not quite there with it yet, but coming. Because the fun thing about some of those is just like, okay, let's assemble these into actually good ones. That's why we have a set of good things back at spawn. I can't remember whether they were bows or not. That was last stream. Shush all you. Okay, that should get us up, and clearly there's a lot of arrows in there as well. Oop. Oh my god, more bows. How can there be this many bows? I can't even this many bows. Well, some of that can be taken care of this way. Yeah, like I said, too many bows is not a problem, because you can make blocks out of them. And I'm trying to remember the name of the redstone contraption that requires you to have a bow. Early game, sometimes I've had difficulty making those, because I'm like, no, I need string. I have to go fight spiders to get string. Which is clear. Oh, don't need to do that. And even more freaking bows. Woo! Oh, it's getting darker. I don't need to use a disenchanter. All I have to do is combine stuff in my inventory, and that will neatly accomplish the same thing. That's a very fast way of disenchanting, if you ask me. Any of these enchanted bows I could make into a boring old plain bow simply by combining it with a bow not on an anvil, and that will do a fine job of disenchanting with no extra trouble. Alrighty, so these guys are all enchanted, and I'm also allowing it to be dark at night, so I should probably go and sleep. Oh no, it's actually raining. It's not nighttime at all. Oh, well, fair enough. I'm not actually using anything of the sort. And I'd like to think I'm not wasting bows, because we sure have a whole bunch. In fact, we have more than we can do anything with. How about this top chest gets to be unenchanted bows, and the bottom chest gets to be enchanted ones. So, more unenchanted ones. Hard to find sometimes. I think I set those up. I made those be unenchanted, 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 unenchanted. And that uses up my inventory. Oop. Okay, now I can pass the night. Hey, Grants. There are no dead bows. I'm repairing them all. So let's see. Where are this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. All of those are normal fine bows in every respect. That sounds fun. And then this is a fine way to sort of consolidate these guys into fixed bows, is take all of the completely spent ones and just keep on repairing them until they are done. Boop. Up. A little more. That one's almost done. I bet you anything I've got one more bow in here somewhere. But not there. No, apparently not. Well, I could get a bow easily enough. Oh, here we go, but those are both enchanted, so that doesn't count. My inventory is getting filled up with enchanty bows. Oh, those are getting crowded. See, if I do this properly, I can run around continually doing stuff until my stream is over, and then call it a day, having successfully done a whole bunch of running around doing nothing very much. Because why not? It's Minecraft. It's perfect. Alright, all enchanty. All non-enchanty. And then here's lots of more enchanty, so maybe what I do is just dump all of these in here for the moment. I do have a, you know, I want more, I want to get a bunch more leather and increase the number of labels on these things. This could be an enchanted bow label and this could be an unenchanted bow label, but right now I can't do that, so. I'm not sure I want to fly out from here. I'm going to smack into this and kill myself. No good. No bueno. Also, that can go back there for the moment, I think. Huh. Oh, I did have a sign. Having a sign seems good. And I'm apparently taking full advantage of my infinity bow by having exactly one arrow. Oh. Okay. We have fields. Cool. And we're so high up I can't even tell what anything is, so. There we go. I am going to search for more in the way of back in the day I had this enormous farm. Oh, look. Hey, we got some music discs. I forgot we had these here. I totally need to bring those back to the other place. There's a nice mending fishing rod, so that seems cool. I feel like some of these things can easily go to the grinder. So what was the thing? Ah, it was the Power 3 Unbreaking free bows that I donated to new players. Let's bring all the feathers back too. Shouldn't need to... Yeah, those are fine. And yeah, I stopped having a working cow farm when people moved all the cows from over there over to my little island. And then the area that I made for breeding more cows in stopped being a thing. So that is somewhat unfortunate. But mostly because I need loads of leather now, and I don't have any of it. But that is something that I can try to solve if I can. And if I can't solve it, then I can't. Well, there's a raw beef anyhow. And this is certainly a nice enough way of spending an afternoon. I would bring leather to the spawner, the grinder. And I'm not searching other people's places for it. I got to see whether my own area has it. And failing that, wait a minute. Does this go to a good nether place or a bad nether place? Hey, I count that as a good nether place. On the other hand, I don't know where anything else goes relative to this, so this is a very good nether place, but on the other hand, I don't know where to go from there, so, well. Hey, Focomus. I can answer that question. The thing that is coming next is not even necessarily a drum room per se, but it could be conceived of as one. The thing that is coming next is, let's see. Give me a second. I'm busy searching for things. That looks nice. In fact, that looks so nice that maybe we should... Hang on, I have an anvil. I'll use my anvil. I bet I've got enough of that to... I just don't know how to Minecraft. Oh well. I'll swim over. So with regard to the next reverb, which is not this coming week. Next reverb is not this coming Saturday, but very possibly the next one after that. And it is going to be K-Station. K-Station is very impressive. It's working out real well for me. Boy, do I have a lot of saddles, considering that I don't have any leather. That's annoying. Okay, now I'm completely spent with regard to that, but on the other hand, I can bring that magical thing back to the place. Yeah, I don't have anything especially useful. Sadness. That's kind of cool, though. It's a fairly fancy iron pick. Although it's only going to work on stuff that you can mine with iron. That's the drawback. What have I got down here? Oh, these are the mending books I was talking about. I did have a bunch of mending books. Okay, in the absence of being able to find any more in the way of... I should bring some... Should bring a bunch of that because I can. I haven't been here, but I wonder if the grinder has produced any more in the way of cooked chicken or whatever. But yeah, the next thing to show up is going to be discontapity. That is a significant upgrade on TAPAC. After that, I think KStation. That being a very decent vocal reverb, but because it is a very decent vocal reverb, you could also use it as a small drum room. In fact, I think it would do great for lots of things in a mix. I'm just designing it around vocal reverb because I'm designing it to be the same size and density and space. And so that's going to be 2 weeks from now, most likely. That's not even counting the fact that the alien spaceship is also available. And I am going to be spending every night and every morning grinding through more reverbs, this time in such a way that I throw away a lot more of the ones that are not amazing, and hopefully gradually keep adding amazing ones as I go. That is certainly the goal. See, I used to have cows here and was breeding them specifically so I could have all the cow-related stuff, but they're all gone now. Honestly, I would not be amiss to simply going and finding... Let's see, how do we get in here? Oh, that's not going to work. But this might... Nope. I'm having a lot of difficulty. Oh. Hey. I was told there was a roof of the thing, and sure enough, this is the roof. Stand at the edge and contemplate reality, or AFK. Cool. Forgive me for suggesting that contemplating reality is not as fun as Minecraft right now. So I'm going to decline. But I mean, reality also includes the plugins I'm making and all that kind of stuff, so give it a little bit of credit. And this is a cool place for having a ginormous farm. That seems nice. Okay, so random stuff. Top shelf random stuff. A little more in the way of bamboo and planks. I have not actually used the sign yet, but I was going to. I feel certain there was a feather... Is there not a feather? Well, if there's no feather thing, I can put it in random. But not that random. That one's not available. Look at all the copper we have all of a sudden. How about like literally right next to the jukebox? How about that? Okay, stone. In lieu of having a, I'm not entirely sure what AW Island is. Is it the one that I have my base on? And bear in mind, if that annoys me in any way, I can always go and make another base elsewhere. I've already done that more than once. Do I want to put any of this stuff in here? Do I want to make these guys be quieter? Yes, I do. Shush. I will quickly enough have a whole bunch of XP for doing stuff with. Ooh, thorns again. Clearly. It's a little funny the way that I do this. I'm constantly grinding for stuff to give to newcomers, and yet I know full well that the thing to do with Minecraft is you go and play it, rather than letting other people give you all the things. You can't just go, I'd like this and this and this and this and this and this. People could give you that, why yes, but it's not as fun as playing the actual game. So I never did solve that problem with wanting to have another item. Well, I do so have another item frame. I just stole it from the adjacent chest. Let's pick one that's boring. How about unbreaking one? You can't tell that it's all worn out and stuff. So that's perfect. Oh, I have some reactions going on in chat. What's so amazing? I need to go and see. Benjamin, indeed, and that is why I have a bunch of really powerful bows hanging out at spawn in the offered freely to people chest. Also, I try to keep food in there. And I'm heading back to my personal... Oh, that's pretty. I like that. Well, I know what that is. That's literal spawn. That's literally where I have this stuff. I'm heading back to at least this one base of mine to see whether there is now a giant fortress next to it. I think of this as Airwindows Island. But I don't see any giant fortress next to it. Like, there's this building, but that's not a giant fortress. Nor do I see... I see a cow, though. Owies. So if we can breed those guys, that would be awesome. I'd like to find another one and start building up the cows again, because I'm really feeling the lack of cow. I want to hijack that guy. Bring her over to somewhere else. Or I can do this. That's a lead. That's a post. So that's a start. And that's me jumping in the water because I can't play. Yay! Or maybe we'll just drag this guy through the water over to the mainland and set him free there. I don't care. You're getting away from my base. I see people heading towards the target location, which I would like to go and see. I'm going to go and see that too. And yeah, half the fun of this is there are times when I'm just Minecrafting away like mad, but generally if I'm doing well in the coding and general self-care type of thing, I will be grinding out all manner of plugins, and it's the coding streams, which is a lot more interesting for a lot of people, really. There we go. I'm trying to decide whether I want to put a bunch of cattle in this area, or whether maybe there's a better place. Meanwhile, I actually am tempted to simply bring you over to my place, cow. I feel fairly certain that I can make that work. I should go and see what's happening too, but first things first, I want to get this cow in a location, and then I want to see what's going on, because that sounds insane over there. Something's going on. Okay, cow, you're on your own. If I can, I will collect more. Okay, you were going over here, last I saw, but maybe not literally on there. Or there? It ain't me. And I don't think I can find this amazing base that has a rate on it. There's a cool house. It's very pretty. Okay, so you guys were somewhere. It wasn't here. Okay, so I saw people flying. Okay. First, find my island, then find what north is. West, south, east, north. Alrighty. Well, that can't be big enough to impress people so much. Although there's something there. No, that's just a mob. Continuing to go north. Well, here's a little place, but it's not the one we're talking about. I don't see any gamer tags. Here's a cool thing, but it's not the one we're talking about because I don't see anything. Let's not land in the lava, thank you. Okay, I'm at 169, negative 509. I cannot wait to find what madness is going on. So this is cool, whatever it is. But it's not what we were talking about. And it's all solidly north of... Oh, no, there's something. That's one of the griefer things that have been reassembled. I think what's going to happen is I simply can't find this fort. Have fun, guys. It wouldn't be this, I don't think. This is just somebody decorating somebody else's attempt at griefing. Same with that. That's not really a fort, that's just somebody making trouble. Impressive though it may be. It was a unpleasant thing. There's another portal. Oh! Well, I found something of interest. Oh, but now I don't have my leads. Never mind. Looks like stray cows, so that I could maybe get one of them. 850 and 770. Okay, so going back this way because I'm at negative x. Let's do this. Ooh, love this mountainside. It's all blue flowers. There's a dirt tower there. Ah, I see people. This is going to be the place. Woohoo! Raid and raiders remaining is 1. Hi! Looks great. Looks like we have some machines here. I don't know what those do. Somebody's being very clever. That is a mystery. Always fun to see mysteries. I hear villagers. Dr. Wuggins with the style and armor. That's cool too. Yeah, there is a raid warning. Oh, look at them running around down there. Okay, so there's got to be a guy down there causing trouble. Kitties. Meow. I should get kitties from my place. Pink Sounds found him in the storage area. Probably going to be disposing of them forthwith. Oh, I found another one. Up, so much for him. Crafty men got him before I could even do anything. I think they might just randomly appear as the thing. Oh, we've got another one. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it is spawning. Maybe I can hang out in here and just attract more of them that way so that they don't get into here, because this is a little more important. Yeah, a guy just spawned up here. Up, there's another one. He is shooting the heck out of me. That's unfortunate. He was on the wall. And I hear another one out there somewhere. I'm going to continue keeping an eye over here in case they literally spawn inside here again. Looks like Crafty Man has that sorted. Meow. Meow. I have my head stuck in the... Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and do that, honey. So Raiders remaining 1. Well, they don't seem to be here. Neat. Well, now that that seems sorted out, let me scope out the outdoors a little bit more. Okay, that was a small mistake. I fell in an irrigation thingy. This is a big place. Ooh. Well, look at that. We got a bunch of zombie pigoos and a bunch of chickens. And here's a bunch of cows. And a bunch of sheep. And a corridor. This is a cool place. I'm glad people are getting this kind of use out of it. Bear in mind. Oh yeah, lots of stuff and everything. Bear in mind this is just running on a laptop in my basement, so it's not like I have to pay for the hosting of this. It's just kind of there. But by the same token, definitely keep me apprised of the extent to which all of this is getting used so that I can be sure that if anything goes on, I need to be running backups and all. And I am running backups and all. Ooh, it is getting dark. I am far away from knowing where any... Actually, no, I see a bed right there. Let's see whether I can do that first, or... Yep, got there. Ew. I am liking having all the kitties, and I am liking that people are getting so much use out of this. And I'm wondering... Okay, that's just Blackstone. Do we have a better access to the Nether from here, or would this be a mistake? Oh yeah, that's going to be a better access to something. Most definitely. Uh-oh. Better part of Valor. I'm going to go back. Anyways, we still got stuff going on in the other place. We're looking for the last raid guy. Hi. Yeah, this is a fun and cool base. There's a lot here. And it's all just a little bit chaotic. And then we've got this cool place with the all the studying guides. I found one. I'm kind of aimlessly running away from him. I'm not sure swimming is really the best idea here. This might not be the smartest thing. But that lets me shoot this. I took out one of those guys myself. I helped. So we've got an even more raid, apparently. That's wild, man. It just keeps going. I'm going to try to fight guys that come in here. Oh, no, I see a whole batch of them. Why do we have so many witches? That's crazy. Witches are attacking the... Oh, sorry. Didn't mean it. Okay, disarm. I pinged you, aiming for witches and or pillagers. Oh yeah. Now, that is expected. I will stick around for this. Could very well end up being helpful with this magical bow of mine. We've apparently got 2 more raiders somewhere. I do not have anything. Now, I am not the best bowman ever, but I do have a very nice bow, and so if I see any raiders, I'll see if I can ping them with the bow. We don't have them in here. But we do have a couple of them. Thank you. Fine, I'll keep an eye out here. Oh, we've already got multiple people keeping an eye out here, so perhaps not. Oh, and we have got another level coming, I think. I'd like to get up to high ground so I can see a golden horse. Nice. Is there a high ground I can get to? Signs point to yes. Okay, with a bit of luck, I can see where raids come. I found some. Ooh. They're in your cow place. And there's some witches. There's a parrot flying around. There's one of those big bowl things. Not reaching him. Not sure quite what we want to do with these guys in here, but they're clearly a problem. Here's the... Okay, I'm missing the big bowl thing. Got him. Gotcha. I keep missing that guy in there. Although I will accept that, clean up next to you. Got one. How nice that I can actually do any of this. I'm not the hottest Minecrafter in the world, but it turns out I can still do something. Got him. Yeah, so they're like all in the life. I wonder what would happen. Oh god. Imagine if they showed up in the zombie pigman. That would be messed up. Pigs and zombie pigs. I wonder if that started out just being pigs and they turned into zombie pigs somehow. And also, we still have raid sign. I'm going to... Last time I spotted them, I'm going to see whether I can spot them again. Yeah, no, I want to read more of the cattle, but it's not... I haven't really got there. Anyway, most of what I have is cooked mutton now. I suppose that could be the new food. We still have a... Oh, they got hit by lightning. Fair. Okay. Because I would have guessed it would straight up just be... and it's a little ominous that we still have raid. Oh. Thank you. Well, don't let the chicken smother you. Be somewhere else. All of those pens had a way of getting out, which was a fence post with a carpet on it. Yeah, maybe put seeds away, otherwise they'll follow you up. Also, let's maybe pass the night so that we don't have to fight the monsters. Up there's... I see monster sign. Mirror, it's exactly how I feel about it. Oh, very good. I saw one of the iron golems hitting something. I see one. He's not going to last very long. So we have found another raid. Over here. They're going to be coming in over the edge. They killed one of the iron golems. And the cat is running around being free. Okay, got her. Back to inside, I think. I'm going to see whether I can defend against these guys that are showing up on... Nope, Dr. Wiggins is already there, I think. Kitty, you should go and sleep or sit down. Kitty's running around. Oh, I am actually not your master, so you're not actually going to sit down for me. I see signs of raid. I see. There you are. Standing by. Oh, you want to close that? Okay. Here they come. Here they come. Oh boy. That was alarming. I'm almost not sure what that was, but that was alarming. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, these guys way the hell over there. They're moving too fast, but I'm still getting the occasional one. Vexes. Wow. Okay. So that's going to be a challenge for me. I don't even know where I slept. I slept in the middle of the action. So this is going to be an interesting challenge. I'd like to get my stuff back. There was a certain amount of it there. So let's see whether I can get to where I got killed. Those Vexes are fast. Wow. Okay, out we get. I was across the river. I know I didn't kill any of the Vexes, so that's a little worrying. If they're still targeting me, I'm not going to last long. Those things are fast. So I'm getting back to where I was killed in pretty good time. Oh yeah. That was nuts. However, oh no, bunch of stuff up here. Okay, so I guess next time I see Vexes, I run away as fast as I possibly can, because that was no bueno. I think that's all my stuff. That's armor. There's the bow. I've got those. Let's have the sword up here. Okay, so I got beat on real good. And I see where some of these guys are hanging out. Too fast. Well, I do have my rockets. reconnoitering. But that didn't work. Do have, yeah, okay, I've got that on. Okay, in the air. Ow. Well, that sucked. There's a horn. There's some flying jerk. I don't know if that's a Vex. That's a Vex. Oh, I mean, half the fun is... Oh, I don't like you. What do I even do to fight Vexes? Surely there must be a way. Oh, I see another guy. You guys at least I can get. And the big tanky dudes I can kind of get. Oh, we got more of them in here. Where'd he go? He got out. He got out. Where'd he go? I hear you. I got butted. I got killed. Okay, this time I'm up on top of the base. This is a wild experience, I gotta tell you. Nice to have this during, like, the stream, because we're kind of all in it together. We're trying to make this work somehow. And if I can, I'd like to get my stuff back. But I don't know if that's going to happen if I'm getting butted by a giant evil bull. Or at least it seems less likely. But I do have some orientation as to... Yep, okay. So did you kill the giant evil bull? Yay! Stuff. I got stuff, including the nice bow. I don't know how the giant evil bull got loose, but thank you for the rescue. Well, that's a worrying sound. I think I lost my hat, unless it's here. There it is. Alrighty. I got most of my stuff, I think. That's not where the rails are anyway. I gotta back away long enough to arm myself again. Here we go. Sword, armament, food, good enough. We got guys romping around here. I wish I knew more about vexes. It feels to me like a good way to get literally and totally killed very quickly. And yet, we got to deal with all this somehow. Oh, that one died. I can hunt these other guys who are in here. They're running around so fast. Gotcha. Don't love these damn vexes, man. If only I knew what these dumb things were. Can I snipe them? Seems like maybe I can. Okay, yeah, we're doing our best. Oh, nice. There you go. No way. I've never had that. Let's go. Hell yeah. Okay, so Dr. Wuggins, dealing with the angry piggies is on you. I did not intentionally hurt them. But how cool to have that, everything is on sale now. I bet it is. I bet it is. Wow, we survived a raid. Oh, yeah, and all these people are running around loose. Hi. Would you like a flower? No. He didn't want a flower. Where's the enchants? Pumpkin pie, seeds. I guess. I'm not even sure what all of this is. I just sort of right-clicking them and then... Should it be left? Oh, I should be right-clicking them, not left-clicking them. Yeah, these are weird little dudes. Oh! Okay, we're teaching them to become things, apparently. Here's another villager hall. I just rescued you guys. Don't be getting in my face. I and others rescued you guys. It certainly wasn't all me. I am far from that kind of... Indeed. So anybody else has bad omens, stay the heck away from here for a while. Ooh. Also, I didn't know you could put these on the ground, but how nice that you can. I don't even know what this is. This is something. Oh, a tripwire hook maker. I have no idea how this even runs. Up, and we got some guys up there, presumably breeding. We have an enormous quantity of squid, so I'm going to get some black ink while I'm here. Now that things have calmed down a little bit. That should be possible, right? On another server, I had a special area just for that sort of thing. It was a little shallow kind of area where I could keep an eye out for these guys and grind ink sacs. This seems like a location like that. Okay, so I've still got some rockets. I've now got a whole bunch of random other stuff. Okay, the drama is over for the day. And it's still about 45 minutes before I have to thaw out food for tacos. Oh, I see another squid. This is not a very impressive fishing rod. I am let down. It's not my good fishing rod. It's some random other fishing rod. How do we grow? How's this work? There water underneath this? I bet there's water underneath that. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's water underneath that. Meanwhile, the squid's got away, but not for long. I'll make some black glass out of all this squid. Squid respawns lots. Yeah, cool fort. I had no idea it was going to become such a extraordinary experience for us all, and all on stream too, but cool fort. It's this nice combination of organized and casual. I'm here. Hey. Hey. That's a whole bunch of leather, so I can make item frames for the grinder, because I wanted to make some item frames for the grinder, and now I totally can. I'm going to scope out in here just a little more. Looks like we just have mass quantities of villagers literally everywhere. I'm not really quite sure how you did this. Oh, I do. I know. That's how. Here's where I kept running up after getting killed over and over. Didn't even lose my stuff. There was always the possibility I was going to just totally lose everything. But nope, I knew how to stay away from things that were serious trouble. I have to find out about those vexes. That was scary. Maybe it was because there were 2 of them. For whatever happened, there was just a pack of these things that came at me really fast, and I was just straight up dead immediately. Ooh, very powerful book. Two iron for tax. But on the other hand, I'll leave the glowstone dust. Were you watching? Yeah, I'm not completely useless, just partly useless. Do you mean evokers is how you get vexes? As I got ganged up on by 2 vexes and just killed instantly. Just boom, and it was gone. That was rough. I'll read up on those things. I don't remember getting anything special, and I don't really see anything special here. So I think I have managed to get slightly lost, but that's fine. Dissolving Man on YouTube has a comment which I can answer while trying to find where I am. And hopefully somebody will sleep so that I can have morning come. Oh, there's some stuff of some kind. There is somebody's little base that doesn't have a bed on it. But there is wood, so I should be able to make one. Might not need to. But for anybody else who's here, boom. So Dissolving Man. Meter measures peak energy. So if you're testing it on modern music and stuff like that, you might actually end up dealing with a piece of music. Oh, somebody has a hidey hole. Okay, that's cool. I'm lost. I have no idea where I am. And oh, okay, awkward. I still have this, but I don't have any. I've used up literally all of my rockets, so that's unfortunate. We live here now. I don't know whose base this was, but unless they have rockets, no, they don't. Well, I will steal those 3 arrows. Not that I need them, because it's an infinity bow. And another arrow. Ooh, pretty amethyst stuff anyway. I can fly jumping off of this, but it's not going to do me a heck of a lot of good. Maybe I have half a clue. Oh, God. 1,148 that away. I think I need to either swim or boat this away. I choose boat. Yeah, too loud is a volume judgment. What I will say is that meter talks entirely about peak energy. So if you have that level of loud going on in whatever music it is that you are using, it will, in fact, show a extremely, the blast of red line red could be the overslew. If the dots are all colored red, that means you're brighter than absolutely necessary. It's all kind of subjective. It's very possible to like stuff that meter shows as just complete blast and overload. I wonder how long I would be rowing out into the deep, deep sea. Ah, I see somebody. And now I don't. And now I do. Hey, Craftyman, where am I supposed to be? Oh, okay. 2 rockets. No, 62 rockets. Possibly even more. Cool. Not that I can actually swim, and I don't know how to fly from there. So basically what I'm going to need to do is go hopefully find land. Also, Dissolving Man, a fair question to ask is red lines or red dots? Red lines in the very top meter mean that you are distorting, that the entire mix is blasting at full volume all the time. Red lines coming in the second meter down mean that you're liking stuff that tends to be bright. Oh my God, I went right back to the place that I started. Alrighty, so we leave one additional boat here. If it is the second section and you're getting just a sea of red lines, that means that everything is very bright. Bright, bright, bright. Extremely troubly. Hey, hero of the village for another 24 minutes. I'm not even sure what that does. I don't know what DH is. So let's see. That's going farther away, and this is going closer to home. Oh, DH is being able to see where your base is. Fair. That was useless. I am wearing the Elytra. I just did something wrong. Got there. Okay, so this should be towards home. Yeah, bear in mind, meter is designed to facilitate you making a range of kinds of music that lean more heavily on peak energy. You say Death Grips Records. That sounds like it could be any number of genres that don't lend themselves very well to meter. It might not be useful for you. Hey, as long as I'm here, let's head back to the grinder with all that leather that I was given. I would almost be willing to bet Death Grips would be either some kind of metal label or maybe a hip-hop label or something modernish rather than something more old school. Because there's lots of stuff out there that will help you make stuff modernish, and there is very little out there that will help you make stuff like the way that I used to know it. Which is kind of why I've set things up the way that I have. I'm hearing the monster noises and being like, oh, nope, those are meant to be there. It's a grinder. This is normal. Nothing wrong. Oh, nice. Well, one thing about industrial music is it is very reasonable to expect industrial music to go loud. It's like a noise group. It's like it might be a very ordinary and normal, correct thing for certain kinds of music to just go insanely loud. That doesn't mean that that's something that you want to do or have to do, but it's very normal for that to be that way. I don't have clay, seeds and such. A spare iron axe. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense if it's just like, also all my chicken's gone, man. I had a giant amount of chicken from my grinder and stuff, and it is just not there. It goes normal. I wonder at what point I will grind back up some of my XP and such. Well, I suppose no time like the present. Oh, but I can nom in some food. Hey, pink sounds. This is getting a little clogged. Yeah, that is one possibility. You can gain stage it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be better by doing it the way that I advocate. It might not get you the sound that you want, but there are plenty of genres where you could have them be more peak energy heavy and it would still work. There's the sticks. Oh, and we have some signs rather than simple... Oh no, those signs were already there. Never mind. There are 3 more item frames. I'm not sure if this is Pink's base. I think this might just be literally a mob farm there to be a mob farm. Yeah, but that's... The thing to bear in mind about peak energy dissolving man is that that is another form of intensity. It's possible to make stuff be more extreme and more intense by pushing harder on the density of the peak energy rather than having everything just be RMS. In other words, rather than having everything be only about being loud, what you do is similar to what the Beatles did in their heyday. Beatles had a good solid loud sound going, but it was not actually what anybody would call quiet. You do having constant peak energy within the top 6 dB. Like all the peak energy is almost to the point of distorting and not quite. If you do that, it doesn't ever come off as quiet, although it will come off as less solid than some other stuff. So that's a concern. If it's a problem, having stuff be not as big and solid as, because you can always push stuff to be the RMS energy be so huge that everything is just like, oh, it's enormous. It's huge, it's thick, it's fat. And if that is not the thing, because there are a lot of different pieces of music. For instance, Transatlantic's first album is a prog album. And it's designed in so many ways to sound like classic prog, basically. And yet it misses the mark because all of it is too overwhelmingly loud. And it just doesn't register correctly. Oh, more of that gunpowder. Always more gunpowder. Nice. I think I have a lot of friends in the UK because I took an interest in drum and bass and have been developing a bunch of stuff along those lines. So I think there are a lot of people who are like, oh, you can help us make bass music? Excellent. Let's see, what have I got here? I've got a bunch of armor. I never actually ended up being that good at making bass music, I don't think. I never really, I can appreciate a whole bunch of different kinds of stuff, and I do. When I go to actually make music, often it basically just ends up being the stuff that I grew up on. Like if I settle into doing that, then I'll basically make stuff like what my excuse me, assembling some bows. No biggie. I keep wanting to get a bunch of redstone together and make some of those springy things that you can, as long as we have to have lots of bows, it's like, well, why not make stuff out of it? People can go for that. I could also do with assembling some of these into cooler bows, but maybe that's not the, and I do have those two things there, so I honestly do not know which thing the farm prefers to be. Stuff does seem to keep coming out. Let's grab some of these stacks of things. Maybe not even these. Maybe leather goes back for the moment, and I just grab stacks of stuff that I can put away. And I shouldn't think you'd have to worry about the spawning in the sea, or especially, I think it'd have to be under the sea to even work. Wow. Okay, lots of stuff there. Bit of string. Let me put that sign back. There we go. Oh, and more of that gunpowder. I can put stuff almost anywhere at this point. Oh, meant to ditch that too. Up these. Lovely. Arrows are over here. It's weird, now that we've done that entire raid and like successfully gotten through it, now when I hear mob farms I'm like, ah! Because part of me is thinking, oh no, monsters attacking because it's a raid. That was a heck of a thing. I have not seen that level of intensity of attack recently. Okay. Well, speaking of all of these things, if we have this, and then most of this has been put here, how about we have oh, item frame section. Yeah, let's not do item frame section. Let's do assorted things that have to do with witch drops, such as the redstone and the sugar, and maybe a whole separate bottle for glowstone dust, which does also appear to be created, which means I would need more chests, and I've got more chests. So, in fact, we could do a whole witch section here. That seems like fun. Let's give it a shot. And then all I need is sticks to make more item frames, but for now, What do we got? Glowstone dust. Cool. And then what else is suitably witchy? Pizza is worth savoring. I endorse the savoring of the pizza. So witches also drop glass. Yeah, I'm going to be enjoying my tacos when it's taco time. That is most definitely a thing. And it's not happening any too quickly either. Like, it's only 3:40, so time is trundling along. I'm going to put some of these iron things in here. Iron stuff chest. Here's one of the good fishing rods, but it's not my great fishing rod. And all of the records go by the record box. There they are. You can play the broken record, it's just worrying. Have you heard this broken record? C41811. It's a pretty scary piece of music. Okay, more iron stuff. Another cool this. Don't I have a feathers? Well, if I don't have a feathers thing, I should. Let's get even more sticks and make another. Feathers could live here. That's a good idea. Ah, nightmares as a kid from that record, understandable. It is a pretty spooky track. Hey, more item frames. And let's see, what was I fixing to do? I was fixing to make a feather. And surely we have lots more feathers. I can't believe we wouldn't have lots more feathers. But I'm probably not looking in the right place. There we go. I knew there was a location for all the feathers. Another iron thing. Literal iron. Ooh, totem of undying, that's handy. Let's see now. Okay, there's the records again. So here's our little record collection, including this scary one. Here should be one of those spider eyes. See, if we have this all set up with all of this different stuff, then for anybody who wants to bother dealing with putting things in their appropriate places, it's all labeled and stuff. And so, up there's all of our firework rockets. I'm going to top mine off. There's a chicken, for no particularly good reason. More iron stuff everywhere. So I wonder what the hero of the village 4 means even. Yeah, assuming that you were listening to the stream, well, you have to be because you're on the YouTube chat. The thing about rain is that I'd always found that certain musics just sat better with me, and I did not like it when they were newer musics that had been done to be excruciatingly loud. And I was trying to figure out what was going on, that certain densities of sound just sat right for me. And it turned out a fair bit of that was because you could make the density of music correspond to natural sounds. For instance, the sound of light and or heavy rain. And that turned out to be a whole thing. I really got into it, figuring out how to get the most out of densities of sound rather than just going for make everything as loud as possible because that's all that matters. I tended not to agree with that. I tended not to like sound that was just only exclusively as loud as possible. So it was kind of me figuring out what I could do along those lines that would sound good to me. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's definitely not the kind of thing that clicks with my metering system, although you can certainly run it through the metering system, but it's not going to show you anything because it is intentionally and obviously trying to violate everything that I try to do. Oh, that's full. This is not. I'm not actually getting around to consolidating the leather stuff very much. Dr. Ruggins, I had the exact same problem with that nether portal. I still haven't really made it work very well for me. I feel there's work that could be done on the nether. Although there is one portal that I found fairly close to my base, I think it was, that took you to the roof of the nether. So that is available. That is one of the things that can happen. Hush, you guys. Be silenced. Alrighty, let's gather more of this stuff up. Endless supplies of gathering stuff up, as one does. Oh, missed one. Yeah, bear in mind, having stuff be like 2 or 3 or 2 LUFS is one way of making sounds. It's not the only way of making sounds. And in fact, it's not even the only way of making intense sounds because there are kinds of intensity that operate off of peak energy. For example, there's like crazy, intense, loud 70s music, and that is 70s or 60s music that is like blaringly, overwhelmingly intense and loud, tends to run all off of peak energy and not off of RMS loudness, which is the kind that you're measuring with LUFS. I have such an affection for loud music that is loud with peak energy that I tend to only be interested in that. I'm also interested in what this Hero of the Village thing does. Presumably I get like better deals for a time. I just am not using that in any way, shape, or form. Which is fine. There's no reason I have to. It does seem like I'm letting it pass, though. Where's our random stuff boxes? Okay, that's a bunch of cobble. That's a bunch of cobble. Yeah, so you get better trades that way. I don't know if this necessarily warrants having a sign in it saying random stuff, because it's really not. What we're looking at is all the cobble ever. with small combinations of other things. So I feel the use of one of these coming on. All y'all stuff that's not cobble, come with me. Yeah, I've got a massive quantity of cobble in here. And more coming. I have too much clutter. Let's ditch some of the clutter. Even clutter I like. Oh yeah, it will. Excuse me. A little more in terms of actual random. I should throw some of this stuff in my, I know where those things can go. I miss having all of that cooked chicken on me. I lost all of that to getting killed a million times. And onward. With more non-cobble things entering my inventory, and then more cobble things going over here. Hey! Beg your pardon? I'm not sure what I got whacked with, but it gave me new recipes. That's interesting. Got biffed in the head by a friend. Okay, you come back over here. And more of the same. So when we say random stuff, we're really not fooling. And that's literally all cobble. Not helpful. Alrighty. There's some steak. Oh, thank you. I'm kind of chucking it all in here for the moment so that I can carry more cobble. There's too much stuff. I need more. Do I have more chests? I kind of do. Well, you said you wanted cobble, so. Oh, that's the wrong place. This is a challenge, but it doesn't have to be as much of a challenge as all that, because I have all this cobble, which I can actually build with. So yay. I'm kind of making a point of making sure that it's all oriented the same way, too. Okay, we are ending up with a tall, tall stack of cobble here. I never meant for all the cobble. Okay. Okay. Also, okay. Okay, so this ought to work, hopefully. I'm going to clear a cobble out of here. Then there's more room for random stuff, which it is actually labeled to be. I need to clear that stuff out of there. That's already full. That's already full. Oh my god. Yikes. Okay, so... I'm kind of gobsmacked here. Let's see. Nope. Not you. Okay. This needs emptying. Dirt, hopper, cobble, deep slate. Raw stuff. So much cobble everywhere. I want it to be consolidated to a tall stack of everything is just cobble. And I believe that can be done. It's just going to take a bit of work. Also that stack, this stack is the stack that's all cobble. This other stack is the stack that gets to be random stuff. There we go. Now this stack has also got random stuff in it. This is going to be an entire involved state of recobbleizing. There we go. Here we go. And the groaning of the infinite monsters. Okay, full, 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 not full. A little more cobble here. Not actually cobble here. And a whole bunch of stuff that isn't cobble. Fine. Okay, you got like 5 double chests full of cobble over here. I can't even with this much cobble. That I do not know. Okay, this was given to me. These I was going to put in the iron stuff chest. Copper is always fun. I'll grab that. Hopper is nice, but these go into the witch-oriented one. Don't need the phantom thing because I was carrying these. I was carrying the ink sacks because I like those. I was eating cooked mutton because just by accident. I don't actually have a totem of undying, but that's actually fine. Oh, I was given the steak, so I'll eat that instead. And let's see. Letters, things, tough. I will clear out around the record, so if people want to play records, they can do so. And then a little more random stuff here. More stuff to go in the iron section. I actually had those. I don't think... wrong place for cobble, I tell you. I'm going to grab all of that so that I can put it in the real stack, unless it is now full. No, it's not. The stack directly above the cobble one is what I think would be a good place to put literally all the cobble in the universe. And only when we have filled all of that up should it be going into random stuff, because cobble doesn't count as random at this time. Okay, so there, and then here, okay, the atom frames, I was working with those. Always like iron ingots. Almost ready to go on. I had cookies. That's okay, I don't need cookies. And there's a flint and steel. I wonder if there's something I could put in an item frame that would say random stuff more than that sign. Oh, I know. I could put it in the, yeah, check it out. Let's do this. You know what represents random stuff? Full-on golden apple. And then next to it is all the cobbles of everywhere. And then here's iron stuff. Here's a piggle. I'm glad they're not still mad from when we accidentally got them. What's here? Nothing. Hi, how you doing? You are a weird fellow. Well, if you want to do that, I can't stop you. Keep an eye out for whether there are more. Okay, while we're at it, do we have more things? We do have more things. How about I go on a gathering stuff run? Oh, more cobble. How did we end up with more cobble there? That's crazy. Do I have a spider eye container? I do. That works. So I'm going to do a little run for emptying the chests of things that are in large collections of stuff. And I might only get so far because, man, we've been developing large collections of stuff. Yeah, I'm tapped out. That's as far as I can go for now. Hey, see y'all soon. I can't guarantee that it'll be more Minecraft streams, but there will end up eventually being more Minecraft streams. Oh, I have one more thing to put here, and I can't. But I can if I empty myself of these. Oh, not quite done. There was more. There's that. Whee! Okay. String. I'm sure I have some string. I do. Spider eyes. Well, I've got a little bit of that. Which oriented? Oop. Hey! A little bit of cooked chicken. Well, that makes me feel better. That's one of the things that I was enjoying sort of having. Sugar, not at this time. On the other hand, a little bit more glowstone. I think we're fairly, well, if we're not full of bones, we're going to be soon enough. Oh, and there's even more bones there, so. Oh yeah, bones are going to be filled up soon. I know how signs work. That is a well-known trick. Some more arrows, but not so many that I can't have any because I need some. And more feathers. And back to the cobble all the way on the top. And I think back to here. Oh, I had cooked chicken on me. I was fine. I was not having a problem with cooked chicken. There was plenty. Let's put the ink there as well. Hey, you noisy damn creatures. Dang. Well, there's one way to get them to be quiet. Kill them all. We're doing a cleanup run of all of these little details that can go into large collections of stuff. That didn't count. I got one by mistake. And why are they constantly producing cobble? I think they're producing cobble because it's falling in the water or something. Okay, that's a little tidier. Man, I started this off so determinedly going and trying to tidy all of these places up by taking all of the things that accumulate in large quantity. See, again, cobble. I think cobble is falling in here from literal... Yep, see, that's how it's happening. I see particles flying from over there. So I feel if I clear off all these stacks of things, there's more room. I'm not the biggest fan of cobble. It's fine. It's aight. There's 30 more. We're definitely not low on cobble in this place. Wow. Like we have a simply intense amount of cobble at this stage. Sugar, no. But a little bit of redstone dust. And now it's over to the bone box. That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. Of cobble? I hardly think so. I thought I missed a spot. Arrows is... do I have feathers on me? No. And string was somewhere. And I'm not carrying... Let's put this away for the moment. Both of those fishing rods, I guess I just carry with me. Oh, and I made a mistake with some of that. And the bamboo sign and the final item frame just 'cause. Oh. And that's spare leather. And the iron ingots. Now I'm down to just string. And I believe I had extra arrows. Yes. So wasn't there? Yes, there was. A string. This is quite funny. Give me a second. I am going to go and thaw out foods. So this is probably a fine place to sort of idle, keeping all of this stuff in view. I will be right back. Hey. I'm back. Excuse me. Alright, so let me see what our scenario looks like here. Okay, a little bit of this stuff to be put away, but a lot of it is just fine. God, excuse me. Hey, chest is empty, as long as I don't kill anything. I'm going to empty out all the chests and see where I get with it. We're very close to being able to literally do that. Mind you, I don't get anything for emptying all the chests. It's just like, yay, let's do this. Seems fun. We'll never get to see this again. Totally empty chests. In fact, I can only go so far with it because I think I'm going to run right out. Oh yeah, can't do all that at once. Book it over to where the leather section is. Ditch all of those and run back after doing that. And let's see. And that. And let's see, I'm sure there must be arrows. Yes. Feathers? No. Bows, yes. That one. And that one. We got another potentially good bow coming into focus. There's an infinity on that one, so that could be handy. So let's see. Golden helmet. Another one of those. We could really bust this into enchanted leather and non-enchanted leather, and I'm super not sure whether I want to go to that much trouble. Okay. None of that, but some of this. Bunch of bows. Bunch of shoes. Shoes, at least, that I can sort out. There they go. There's a certain amount of random... Okay, so it's mostly bows. The iron shovels were going here. You getting deja vu? Okay, there's one more leather cap I did not notice. Maybe it was unintentionally designed to be that way. And then things like string, spider eyes. Let's see what else. Some of that food stuff should... Rotten flesh comes from over here. Bow, bow. Enchanted, enchanted. Giggling witches, check. Oh, I hurt its feelings. I went, oh. And let's see. Everything else here is kind of random stray garbage. Oh, I missed one bone. And I'll fill in that with steak so I don't mistakenly grab it. Or I could have the steak be here and then fill in that with arrows. Which is not impressive, you say. And random weird stuff not there. There's a better place for it. Oh, not the bone. And not that. Well, there's where I can put a bone, and here is where I can put one of these. Hey! Alrighty, so until we start slaughtering mobs again, which could happen at any time, for a rare magical moment, oh, almost. I think sometimes they die when they fall from the top, so for a moment all of the chests are empty, yay! You know what would be really neat is making some horrible sorting system. That is not an impossible thing. People have done stuff like that. You'd have to build it underneath here. But it is a thing that one could do. For getting really, really ambitious is a thing that one could do. Ah, is it? Well, in that case, you could start dragging stuff out of these chests for the purpose of doing something with it. Oh, we've got a bunch of red flowers. Well, I know where I can get more of those. Let's add some more red flowers to what is already there. Yeah, there would be large amounts of different objects involved. Hey, Bing Chilling. Are you following along with us? Also, we can plant some of these things too. There's an awful lot of stray dirt up there. We could very well use those things and plant some stuff. You can't plant baked potatoes though. Oh, this is so noisy. Greetings to all, clearly. Okay, so room for a few more red flowers all over here. I guess it remains to be seen. Hi, would you like to slowly fly down to the water? I think maybe you should. No? But I want you to slowly fly down to the water. Oh well. Oh. Fair enough, we stand corrected. Oh, we could use some dirt for there, I think. Clearly that's a place dirt could go. Do we have dirt that can go there? Among our copious amounts of things. Sounds like probably not. Sounds like Bing Chilling is not a chatbot. I suppose I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Okay, there's one dirt. Any more? Any more? Perhaps not. How much more dirt does that area need to be fully dirted up? Oh, is that one of those things where it's like, oh no, I'm not a cop. I would have to tell you if I was a cop. Yeah, you know, that's the rule. You'd have to tell you if you're... Play nicely, guys. Okay, so also hanging out in this area underneath the stairs, we can have a secret hidden place for cooking stuff. Let me know how they do. I'm going to... Actually, do I need to till the soil to make some of this stuff work? I feel like maybe I do. I do have the one dirt to put in the missing spot. Seeing as we ran slightly... Oh, hang on. No, there's more dirt than that. And so many damn eggs. There's another right now. Minecraft keeps doing that, getting randomly shoved. I've never been entirely sure as to whether that was like people playing in a certain way and being able to manipulate things, or chickens running into you from behind, or who knows what. That is not something I've been really clear on. Or it could have been pink sounds pushing me. Okay, there's another egg. Yep, so I was going to plant these things, but I could plant them... Well, hang on now, let me go and see. And guys, remember the style of me doing this kind of thing. I'm kind of like painfully earnest and chill, and I am not actually all full of being edgy and silly. And so if you have a reasonable amount of patience for allowing other people not to be massive edgelords, that's all to the good. Or we'll just manage somehow. We shall see. Part of the reason is because I don't really process edginess very well anyway. Let's see whether I can plant any of these things. Maybe I can, maybe I can. Oh, I remember one of the things I wanted to do, though. I wanted to get more cows going, and that's still possible. So I can straight up just harvest all of that and then straight up replace it with implementing other stuff. Although, sadly, I do not have everything that I could use. I smell a whiff of edgelord here with the thank you so much. Every moment of yours is a treasure to being upon the world. I don't know. I mean, if it goes in a direction I don't like, I can just go off and work. That's what I do most of the time. And by the time anybody remembers that I've come back, everything's different. God, excuse me. And with this wheat, I could work on getting some more cows happening. Also, here's some quick chicken, which I can donate to the spawn. I know I went to all the trouble of trying to get more of that, but whatever. Let's see, dum-de-dum, all of this is basically fine and uninteresting. Alright, see you later, Grins. There is nothing to cook with in here. Okay, so empty shulker boxes 2. Oh, here's the good. No, that's not the good fishing rod, nor is this. I had a good fishing rod, and it's neither of these. Well, it's so much neither of these. Let me give those also to the... Well, hang on. Yeah. Good fishing rods, 2 random visitors at spawn. There you go. So yeah, look in the stack of chests, visitor at spawn. I took this sign, thank you. Uh-huh. For getting yourself set up with stuff. In the meantime... I'm going to consolidate some of this stuff into blocks. Technically, literally all of it into blocks. I don't think I have any further leads kicking around. Bing chilling? No. But you're completely welcome to petition me if you like. Honestly, you might enjoy playing here. It's a bunch of fun people. We're not in each other's way too much. Bing Chilling, you apparently have a kindred spirit in Craft Human. I can't say as I'm terribly surprised. Try not to set everything on fire. I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm just roaring back to where that cow was. If I can get 2 cows, I could set up a thing where I have cows again. You guys should have been around for the Snowball Madness servers, I tell you. That was a time. Oh boy, ever was that a time. Okay, now what's this stuff over here? I'm not sure I need this stuff over here. Yeah, it's just a bunch of... Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since that. It's been a while. Okay, that's a slightly emptier place. That should be good. So here's where I'd have things like leads. Oh, I've got tons of leads. Cool. That's what I needed. And then yet another lead. And I need like fence posts for being able to tie these things up to a post. I don't need to put those in the grinder. They're fine the way they are. Bamboo fence posts. Excellent. That sounds perfect. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, I had the raft. The adorable little bamboo raft. I'm all about that. So somewhere in this vicinity, there was an empty place where I parked a cow. And it is there. Cool. Okay, so now let's see if we can go and find some more cows. Wild ones, not hijacking them from somebody if I can help it. But that one was literally just hanging around over here. And I only need 2. Right. And I think I already said see you later, Grins. See you later, Grins. Oh, got somebody building over here. Oh, is this our dirt majesty? It is. Hey there, Bingjilin. Shall I wander elsewhere so that I don't... And is there anything that you would like while you were here? You look like you got some of your stuff. Honestly, looks like it's doing perfectly fine. Far be it from me to interfere with somebody going tuk 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 and making big things out of dirt. Yeah. I am less thrilled about trying to find cows up here because it looks like somebody's place. But oh, I found one. And it looks like a stray cow. Y'all coming with me? What, the cow? I can't fly thanks to other people on the server. Mind you, I don't necessarily launch very well from around the, just straight off the ground. But all the same, I can't fly. Now let's see if you two can reach each other. Signs point to yes. So I wonder if I can find more cows to pursue this having there be more cows on the server. I'm kind of dismayed at how few cows there ended up being. I was all set to have there be lots of cows, and some people's just random derping around led to wasteful cowness, or something along those lines. I'm not sure what we'd call it. Also, am I going too far to find random cows? This is clearly somebody's place. If there's any cows that... Also, I love the green of this grass over here. Bing chilling, assuming that you're listening. I don't even know what a tick rate is. Rip about the tick rate, I guess. One day I will know what a tick rate is, and then you'll all be sorry. Or something. Oh, this is me just climbing a tree. How about I don't? Oh, thank you. Passing the night. Good, good, good. There we go. So do we have more cows spawning around here? I'm not interested in pigs. Pigs don't produce leather. I imagine it would be, yes. Thank you. Now, why do we have a zombie noise? Good luck to you, buddy. Did you drop your, You're dead? Okay, they came from down there. Fair. There's even a bat. I wonder if there are any cows in there. Probably not. I can't think of anything I would do with slime blocks right now, so I would say no. I don't know why I'm trying to find cows in dense jungle. That seems unlikely. Like, what am I even thinking? Also, why should I care? Because I have two, and I have already bred them to make a third. So we're going to have this horrible Romanov inbred cow family, a giant herd constructed of just two entities. Because it's Minecraft, and you can. Lovely big tree. Yeah, ain't no cows in deep jungle. I don't know what I'm thinking, even bothering with searching it. Other than it's kind of fun to roam around in. There's that. That's a perfectly serviceable reason to be wandering all over the dense jungle. Also, it's a fairly safe biome apart from dark places where monsters can spawn, of which there are lots, so maybe I'm speaking a little out of turn. But you can get all manner of, like, cocoa and stuff. So there's that. I thought I was going to be able to catch those vines. Darn it. My ability to climb all up these is somewhat limited. Let's see if I can... Lovely. There we go. Safely descending to the ground on vines. I bet if you filled an area densely with vines, you'd be able to do whatever you wanted. Apart from find cows, because apparently there aren't going to be any cows in here. Nah. Come around and be slightly less edgy and let us get to know you rather than just being a wise ass, and hey. Not that that's no huge crime. There's no problem with that. Yeah, gone too soon. Rip tech rate. I do not revel in the edginess and stuff, but if that's all you bring, then that's what I will bring in return. Well, sometimes people just, their only way of dealing with anything, did I hurt you? Is derping around and being sarcastic and edgy and weird. And it's like, okay, some of us are like too chill and mellow to really be relatable. And if that's the problem, then okay. No real problem there. It's fine. Oh, can we... Can we reread you guys? We can. So this is apparently how we're starting this off. Is they're just mating while moored. Oh, what am I doing? Give me that back. I think it was trying to moor the raft by having it be tied or something. I bore of this sugarcane. I used that sugarcane for its intended purpose, which was to make a whole bunch of rockets, and that was quite successful. But I don't feel the need to continue having it here. I think I'm going to go and harvest it now. After check-in to see how the chicken machine is going. Okay, this data stuff should be able to come through here, and it is. I don't think this was really working all that very much, though. Hey there, Game Boy Splashwater, Game B Yin Yang Y Splashwater. Right on. Let's see if any of this works. Oh, I remember what I was doing. I was going to chop all this down. It seems doable. Got enough space in the inventory for it. You know, I could be doing that from a boat. That's probably what I should do, is I'll scooch around, clearing all this stuff off so that I can have the nice little edge for the beach. And I don't have to be dealing with sugarcane anymore. And then the next thing you know, I'll take a boat around the outside edge, and that'll give me some more to pick up. And I probably still won't have filled my inventory that way. But I'll have a giant stack of sugar canes. If I wanted to be real hardcore, I could put that back at the grinder. I don't know, though. Oh, and I do apparently have a stray chicken, complete with stray egg. I think that's going to become dinner. Free-range dinner. Oh, neat. So the mangrove forest thing is actually starting to do what I'd hoped. I was looking to see that fill in a bunch of space in an interesting and amusing way, and it does tend to make more mobs and things. But I'm not noticing that much of that at the moment. Honestly, I should move some of these animals and things around too. I'm not getting that much delight about all of these things being there. It's fine, I guess, but... Like, as far as Minecraft Pets is concerned, I enjoyed having the verb. It's a pretty parrot. I like it. And when it got killed, then somebody managed to replace it, and it's like, okay, that parrot lives inside now, and I enjoy it, and that is my pet. But as far as all of this other stuff, I don't know. Let's quickly grab a bit of sleep and see if the other stuff is despawned yet. I think it's real time that despawning cares about. So that should not have just made everything despawn. And if I book it back to where that little raft is, I should be able to... Oh, for heaven's sake. No. No, I want that. There we go. Let's just book it around the edge as fast as possible. If there's anything more, then I'll pick it up the second time over. I saw something. I did indeed see something. This is kind of giving the lie to me wanting to book it around as fast as possible, though, so how about I be more accurate as far as that's concerned. Racing Nintendo style, as in completely out of control. Weird video game style-y. Come on. There you go. Down to the home stretch. Second tries. That was a school of fish. Roast chicken? Oh my god, I'm dual wielding. How? Thank you. For what possible reason am I dual wielding? That just seems weird. Okay, so one possibility is add way more of this mangrove stuff. It's doable. I could make that happen. I like the idea of trying to make it go taller and taller, but I'm not sure how feasible that really is. Because I kind of tried doing it. It didn't do it quite as much as I'd wanted. Additional roast chicken. Second time's the charm. And I think, oh, eggs can go back over there. I'm going to bring the animals over to the mainland and set them free. Including the Skelly Horse. I'm pretty sure Skelly Horse doesn't drown, although I'm not completely certain of that. Okay, here's our grinder. These the new eggs we're generating. Here's the cooked chicken that my machine produces. Actually, you know what? I need to have that recycle. I am not especially surprised, I believe you. I can well imagine that the cobble chest would be full. Also, can I have some of these? I can. How many of those are kicking around waiting for me to be using them? Probably a lot. Oh, there's one way up there. Can't really reach that too easy. Here's another. Boop. So some of this is designed to, oh, hi. Thank you. It might not be the easiest thing in the world, but some of these are planted on top of other mangroves, but I don't think there's any convenient way for me to do that right now. But that's just given me 4 more of these, so I'm going to run off and plant them. Oh, did I say 4? I meant 5. Can we go for 6 or more? Probably. Hang on. Ow. Okay, that was miscalculated. Let's not do that this time. Swear I saw that around here somewhere. There it is. More? No. Yes. All right, 7 more of these guys. There, that should get going. I have infinite quantities of bone now, so I could just force them to grow. Hmm. This place is always well haunted with drowned. Okay, so let's have sugarcane living here, because why not? That's just a valuables chest. Here is, in fact, the very way to make all of that grow real fast, so maybe I'll do that. I'm in like the last 3 minutes of stream, honestly, so when I come back, all of this might be different or gone. There's no telling. With a bit of luck, I will still have some orientation for how I want things to be, but you never can tell. Oh, and I could absolutely breed another one of those guys, and I might as well... No, that's a fine enough place for it. Oak boat? No. I think I would like to bring these various animals over to the mainland, and I think I can make them swim, although... Okay, where'd you go? Interesting. Did he just despawn? Weird. I don't see any dog in my inventory, so I guess that's just how that rolls. I will be planting these also. But let's shuffle you over to... I'll get him to come up here. Yeah, that was weird. I did not expect that. I wonder if it's going to happen to the other dog. I intend to set the dog free over here. Okay, now up you come. If you can. Did we break the lead? Nope, lead's still there. I guess we have to swim over to actual land rather than try to go up on the bridge. Oh, can you not go through there? Well, alrighty then. We'll figure something else out. Come this way. Oh, maybe we can send him into the Nether. Shall we do that? Would you like to live in the Nether? There you go. So that's going to come as a surprise to somebody. Yeah, he can't drown, and hopefully he can't be hurt by the Nether either. We shall see. One hopes. So I think back over to here. Where we now have other stuff to do. We'll gradually end up being able to get a pen or something for them. But for the time being, that is working. And lastly, it is 5:01. It's time for me to go and have my dinner. Although I do have a whole bunch of bone meal on me, so I could just grow all of this mangrove stuff first. That could be fun. We'll have infinite quantities of vines, I tell you that, without even making any jungle trees. See, this is new. These vines are new. That undergrowth is because I hit the ground by mistake. And it looks like a bunch of these guys have already succeeded in growing. So this is going to be a dense area. No question about that. I don't know if I appreciate you being there. If there was a branch that went over to the far side, I would like that better. I don't like it overlapping the stone. Also, I'm not sure if I like the underbrush here. And you are no longer planted in a useful spot. So we're going to move you to like directly in the middle of all this. I think it did grow some undergrowth. Didn't expect that or intend it. Dense mangrove stuff. It sure is. I think that was all of them. Yeah, so that can become a completely impassable area if I play my cards right. It'll be just solid mangrove. And then if I want all of that materials, I can just go and harvest it. Meanwhile, it's this. You know, you could make an argument for it being best tree. Hey, Pupper. Let's go here properly rather than having you fall off the roof. You might hurt yourself if you fall off the roof. Here we go. Yeah, but I think in a cool way. I'm in favor. Come on. Hope you can swim. It's not very far. Yeah, Minecraft didn't have that back in my day either, but it does now. You're doing great. Come on. Come on, come on. Yep. And how about over this way, maybe? Very good. You're doing great. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, are you getting tired? Sorry about that. I run so fast. I already know. Down here. Out. Oof. Do I still have fence posts? I do. I bet you can see what I'm up to with this. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Damn. That's not going to show me. What am I going for looking at an ender chest? How do they come up with an ender chest? Wow, that's... And now let's see if I can find where I got those dirt blocks. Hey, Lucas Hippo. Okay, so leave them alone. I have now given them a dog. If they ever come back, they can have a little surprise. And I have a lead that I can use for this situation. Come. Hurry, hurry, quickly. And I mustn't let the cows go over to where the pointy sticker bushes are. But I can absolutely make another cow. And unless everything goes completely weird and gets ruined, I will eventually be able to have a herd of cows that can be like raised and grown, and then we don't have to be cowless on the server. Because that experience with the cows previously, I felt it was kind of a drag because you can use things like leather, and to not have that available seemed not awesome. But it's fixable, and indeed I am going to do my level best to fix it. I might or might not have them living here. And as a final act, I think I'm going to look for more mangrove ubergules or whatever those are. Aha, I see some. What do I have to do to get over to you? Lovely. Two more. How cool it is that you can just straight up climb vines now. And this is the one that I saw from before. I feel like they're just spawning, but maybe they're not. Maybe you gotta kind of find them. Like this. Let's case around the whole place to find more of those. There's one. It's going to take longer for me to be able to reach that unless I can reach it from here. Owies. See, look at you. You distracted me when I'm trying to do this thing with the vines. Humph. Okay, so maybe that's not as easy a one to reach. Oh, there's a whole bunch more. I'm going to have to wait. Yeah, whatever. Let me just plant the ones I've got. Looks like I have 4, which is kind of a lot. So, one there. Which is totally getting in the way, but that's fine. Oh, it's a weird skinny one. How about I repair the path? Or somewhat repair the path, anywho. And how about I sleep? But not before having even yet another one of these crazy things in here. Boop. Yeah, I'm 10 minutes over taco time now. Isn't that usually the way, though? I mean, at least this time I'm not programming something. I'm just derping around with this craziness. Finding ways to grab another one of these. Yeah, so that's kind of fun, climbing around on these things. there I go, making more tall grass though. Makes tall grass across a rather wide area. Hey, Motion Mantis. Well, I'm happy to hear that. That sounds cool. You absolutely should. And then let's plant one all the way in the edge and see what it does. Apparently it refuses to grow. Fine. In you go. There we go. And then I've got one more, and then it's bedtime. Well, not bedtime, dinner time. And plenty of more bone meal to use. First time? No. There we go. I can plant all flowers around here if I like. Just for the moment, I'm going to keep it a little more tidy than that. It's also a good way to get that moss carpet. And can I reach this? Sure can. We'll keep right on going until we can't reach any more of these. Fromp. So this is what I would call a mangrove thicket. Just loads of these guys. Oh, that needs to actually grow. Ooh, that one hadn't finished growing. I busted it, but it wasn't ready. Huh. F3, propagule age 3, stage 0, waterlogged false. I need to let these things grow. So going off and having tacos and coming back another day, probably not next week, is probably my best way of doing that. We'll put some of this crud in my old ender chest, not the shulker boxes, not the dripstone blocks, that. Rain in the mangrove forest. I should plant these little things all over the place. I should plant these inside the mangrove forest. That would be awesome. Anywho. On that note, I'll talk to you later. Next week, I'm thinking more in the way of coding, but I'll always end up getting back to this. I get back to this when I need to. That may happen more or less often. Honestly, what with the scrambling over the car payment thing, I feel like there's going to be more rapid transitions between frantic working and doing amazing stuff in plugins and just Minecraft days. We shall see. Anywho, talk to you later. I'm going to go and enjoy my tacos. Bye-bye.